And from there, we're going to have Professor Chinedu Peace Babalola representing Mr. Awolowo. She is the Vice Chancellor of Chrisland University at Abeokuta, Ogun State. She's the first female professor of pharmacy in pharmacy from the University of Ibadan. She's a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Science, the first fellow female professor, and she's the second fellow female professor of the African Academy of Science. She won the prestigious African Union Kwame Nkrumah Awards for Scientific Excellence in 2019. She's an intelligent woman. She is a woman that's very distinguished. She is someone who, in the sphere of her colleagues, has proven herself as a woman of substance. And we've been talking about gender parity. She's one of the few people that has stood up in her own field, has been exceptional. Today, we welcome on board Professor Chinedu Peace Babalola, the Vice Chancellor, Chrisland University, Abeokuta, Ogun State, to give us a goodwill message from Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Professor Chinedu Peace Babalola, can we have you on board, please?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm delighted to be in your midst this morning. I was supposed to be there on day one, but I was involved in a funeral, and there was also a communication gap, but I'm delighted to be here today, and I'm delighted to be associated with successful women in businesses and in different spheres of life. Well, I bring you greetings as a Nigerian. That's what first and foremost, and I wish all of us happy independence. I want to declare some things. I do not work for the Export Directorate. I appreciate what they do. My closest contact was when there was a kind of software developed and launched in the State House 2 years ago by a young lady called, who is also my mentee and a pharmacist, Sheon Omobo. It was like an app which will enable Nigerians to run businesses within and outside Nigeria. Very, very novel indeed. I'm looking forward to having that app really working for business people in Nigeria. And in that meeting, Mr. Awolowo and his MDA showcased what they also do in the export arena. And today I applaud them. So for me, my goodwill message is from me and all women in academia. And I wish the business women success in Nigeria. As coming from the academic sector, I want to say that we promote entrepreneurial training nowadays. So when you go to our schools, our universities, you will be amazed at what our young ones are doing. In my university, for instance, we had the first virtual conference in our university, and it was on entrepreneurial skills. And that conference attracted many people from different walks of life, both within and outside Nigeria. And at the end of it, our chancellor, who is High Chief Dr. Mrs. Winifred Awoshika, OON, and who I believe is a successful businesswoman, declared our university entrepreneurial university. So we would like to partner with women here And if given the opportunity to speak beyond this goodwill message, I will share what we have in mind. But one thing I want to say is that from our university, from the educational sector, we wish you a wonderful deliberation. We wish Nigeria a wonderful growth in the area of businesses. For women, we have been given opportunities, and I know that we will not misuse the opportunities. And I'm willing to support whatever venture that we're working on at the moment. But just know that we're strong and we're also growing on entrepreneurship. And the last students we graduated, set of students we graduated, our first, two of them who are ladies have already started their businesses as I'm talking, even before completing their NYSC. And that's because we make sure they get certificate in entrepreneurship before they graduate. Every of our students, they get a certificate in entrepreneurship. For now, until I'm given another opportunity, but I want to wish us very, very successful deliberation and happy independence. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Professor. It shows that you're really an academician. You spoke and we all heard what you said, very clear and on point. Thank you so much. You did a very good job trying to tell us in a very short time what you are about and what we can get from partnering with you. We look forward to partnering with you in the nearest future. Next on the program, we're going to be looking at something that is special for today. Because today is the 60th anniversary of Nigeria, we have a surprise in store for all of us. And that surprise is something made specially for women. To mark today, we're going to be looking at unveiling of a women's complex as a special independent surprise for all women businesses, business owners, and business entrepreneurs. But to do us that justice, we have the chairperson in our midst today. With us today, we have Samira Abubakar Abdullahi. She's the founder of Better Life for Children and Women Future Foundation, a female entrepreneur with versatile experience in IT, human resources, management, and a management consultant, women and youth development specialist. She's a graduate in B.Ed. Education, Administration and Planning from Winneba University in Ghana. She's also the CEO of a rice business, which for a lot of people, they think that a woman cannot do. She has done a lot of, she has put in a lot of effort to make sure that this complex is going to be unveiled today. And for her, she'll be telling us a bit about herself. She's going to tell us about the business, about the complex, and we're going to have the picture, the architectural design unveiled by one of the females from the Female Architects of Nigeria. Mrs. Samira Abdullahi. She's an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur. She's a member of a lot of associations, and she's also council member of the Institute of Institute of Chambers in Abuja. Today, we're going to have Samira Abdullahi, Samira Abdullahi, to tell us about her work, about the Institute complex, and about the unveiling of the complex this morning. Welcome, Ajia Samira Abdullahi, to the floor, please.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm honored to be here. Good morning, beautiful ladies and gentlemen. And I want to start by wishing Nigerians happy Independence Day. Country Director, Mrs. Bodamasi, National Coordinator, Chief Mrs. Nana Okuribido, Chairperson of this great summit, Mrs. Angela Ajala, the moderators, and my fellow chairpersons and presidents. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm here to introduce the internationals. I want to take us back a bit, give us a short story of how it started. This initiation came up last year when I was discussing with my MC, Chief Mrs. Nana Okuribido, of my intention of creating a Northern Women Development Center. Sorry. And we discussed about the challenges, especially women entrepreneurs still facing in the Northern Nigerians. It is of cultural value and tradition. The cultural values across Nigeria are such that the husband is expected to be breadwinner, to toe in the line of the father, inherits left out of the entrepreneur programming process. So then that's why the reason why I discussed with the MC and telling her, okay, what do we do about this? We need a center to help these women, development center for the women under AN National. Because I believe we are all one, and my passion is always to see a woman scaling through and doing good in her since last year. And that's when I believe when we work together, we work far. My NC kept on calling, Samira, these women need to do something about it. So we thank God we are here today to see what we have. International Women Business Resource Center Complex. We believe we want it to be a second home, a place, a space for every Nigerian entrepreneur, woman entrepreneur in Nigeria. Because basically, even when the women own business, they have challenged credit, has excellent credit, and demonstrate solid cash flow, it must always successfully negative through a process that tend to unfairly favor men start up. And when the interest rates are rather steep, and it tends to handicap the business over the long run. For a woman-owned business to thrive, it is vital for the Nigerian society as a whole to ensure that women have equal chances to do great things. And most women starting own businesses is not only for the benefits, financial benefits, I say, but also to provide more jobs opportunity, help the society and the community through corporate social responsibility. As we all know, we have already identified the challenges in the Women National Agenda. So we decided to make the Women Hub to be a second home for all Nigerian entrepreneurs. As home is where the heart is. So we really want to see this hub to be a home where all Nigerian women, all heart of Nigerian women is. We want to give them a space. Our vision, the International Women Business Resource Complex, is to make a woman feel safe, strong, better about herself the moment she steps into that complex. all the problems that is what Her Excellency Haji Aisha Abubakar stated yesterday, lack of credit history, should be a bus stop for. Women have been challenged when it comes to loan access. So we want to have this hub to be a bus stop. When a woman enters, she has come to a bus stop of all her worries. The woman hub is provided with conference hall, offices for the members, seminar room, skill acquisition workshops, where we are going to teach all the women their skill acquisition of how to make things. Women bank. I want to refer yesterday, Mrs. Imoke, she said, please, the agencies, the banks should meet us at our point. So we have a point now, please, the loan that we can gather and help the women. We're going to have shops where we will display made in Nigerian products, open meeting space, children play area, library, clinic, mall, restaurant, name it. We want to have a hub. We want to have a home in the hub. And now I'm going to the female architect of Nigeria, FAN, will do justice and present the International Women Business Resource Complex vision, which it will have never been possible. Special appreciation. Thank you to Architect Bosse, who makes sure that these graphics comes to an existence and work tirelessly to achieve the huge projects of ANWBN. Mrs. Bosse, Architect Bosse, thank you very much. We appreciate you. We appreciate FAN. Dr. Shay, thank you for making sure everything is running smoothly. Thank you, Yetunde, for being there always whenever we call upon you. Thank you, NC Chief Mrs. Nana Okuribido, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this great association. You are wonderful. Thank you, Sai, for supporting ANWBN. Thank you, Mrs. Bodemasi, for uniting women. Thank you, my one and only sweet mother, Iyalode Alaba Lawson. We appreciate you for what you've been doing and continue doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. ANWBN, we work together, we work far. Thank you very much for this honoring.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for Ajia Samira Abubakar? She's done a very great job.
Over to you.
So can we have Madam Bosse, Mrs. Bosse, the architect, to show us the complex?
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ma. Good morning.
Last few years, I've gotten the diploma and the courses from policy class.
Oh. Good morning, Ma. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Architect Bosse, and with me is Architect Moradike Okunriboye, the Honorary General Secretary of Female Architects of Nigeria, and I'm Architect Bosse Idibiso of the Female Architects of Nigeria. I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the organizers of this wonderful forum, and it has been an exciting journey for the past 3 days. We've learned a lot, and I want to also thank our NC for giving us the opportunity to join the team of women to bring this project to to fruition. And Ms. Samira, thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Architect Mo, our AGS, to do the presentation of the complex, International Women Complex. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Moradike Okorin-Boye. I am the Honorary General Secretary of the Nigerian Institute of Architects and the immediate past President of the Female Architects of Nigeria. Again, I want to join my colleague in congratulating the organization and wishing a more progressive and fruitful future. I will be sharing a document which speaks to the building just now. I need to be allowed to share. I need to share my document, please. I need to be allowed to share. Okay. Thank you. So the International Women Business Resource Complex was envisaged, to be a home for women in business in Nigeria, so that people can come together, women can come together and be able to interact and share ideas and relate with one another on so many in so many ways. So in the first instance, the building, what we have done is to design a building that is energy efficient, that is that will also be a very attractive place for women to go to, and even people that they need to be relating with. The users of the building have been taken into consideration. So we have adopted both passive and active means of making the building, work for itself. I just for a moment, I want to talk about the Female Architects of Nigeria. We're a subsidiary of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, which is the association of architects in Nigeria. We're recognized by the Architects Registration Council, which is the government body that regulates and registers architects in Nigeria. Now, the Female Architects of Nigeria was established just a little over 25 years ago in 1993. And it is made up of roughly about 900 or maybe a little more than that now of female architects. Now, the association was set up so that the welfare and the matters that concern female architects can be taken care of. Even though we are taught, the way we are brought up in the profession is not that we're not exactly gender, it's not right to say that we're not gender sensitive, but the fact remains that the association recognizes that there are peculiar issues with females in the profession that need to be sorted out. And that's why the institute allowed for this subsidiary to be set up so that those peculiar issues can be addressed. Well, so far, so good. There are a lot of female architects around the country that are doing really great. And, you know, some of you know them. There are a lot of buildings dotted over the nation that were designed by female architects. But we're still growing. Anyway, let's come back to this building. I must say that in the first instance, we don't have a site for this building yet. So this building is set on an imaginary site. The building, you would notice from the page on the screen that it's a kind of rectangular or triangular building. We have picked this shape because triangle depicts energy, dynamism, focus, and stability. That is the reason why we picked the shape of a triangle. And we, because we have the understanding that the organization is looking into women empowerment and leadership. And these are the things that the triangle depicts. So the building itself, we have designed over a total area of about 6,200 square meters, and that's about 3,000, a little over 3,000 square meters per floor. Now, for that reason, you know, if now from what we have also done, giving cognizance to the fact that there will be cars parked, there will be some vehicular movement. We were envisaging that there will be a garden where people, a lot of outdoor events can happen and all that. We are suggesting that a land mass of maybe about 1.5 to 2.5 hectares should be acquired for this building to sit on. Now, this is sort of a zoning layout for the building. We have 3 zones in the building. We have the main area, which accommodates the social and communal spaces. We've got, you know, a little bit of area for services and then support facilities. This is basically, you know, what is going on within the building. And on the ground floor, we've got conference rooms, and this is a skill acquisition, you know, training room. Now, what we're envisaging is that this room can be split into smaller units so that several trainings can go on at the same time. We've got, you know, a restaurant with its kitchen as well as toilets and service rooms. We've got the main, you know, interaction area, you know, where we've got business incubation centers. We've got sit outs, you know, for, you know, small food courts. We've got shops, you know, and all that all around. And of course, we've got lifts for the access for physically challenged to be able to go upstairs. Now, I must say that these floor plans are still very schematic. There are lots that could change by the time we have a site, but we're really sincerely hoping that we'll have a site that is large enough for us to be able to establish this building. And of course, we are aware that, you know, especially in a place like Abuja, that we've got a lot of rock outcrops and all that, we may not have a totally flat site, but then we're prepared for all that. That's why we have very large, you know, corridors so that we can handle, you know, changing levels if they occur. And this is the upper floor, which will accommodate it will accommodate offices. There's a secretariat for the association. There will be offices for legal aid, you know, libraries for both the women, or well, like a library not just necessarily for women, but a library where people can actually go and, study, and of course, a library for children as well, and on the ground floor, we have play areas for the children. This is basically a very simple, space. These areas are actually the, extra volume for the conference halls downstairs. But what you would notice, therefore, that what we have done is that we don't have a lot of walls. The very dark, thick lines are supposed to be indicating walls. It is because we expect a lot of interaction among the users of the building. Now, like I said before, we have taken into consideration, good technology and design habits, design standards, in putting the building together. One thing that we have found to work, all the time in the tropical area is the courtyard. It helps with ventilation, it helps with lighting, it helps with, improving the internal, environmental quality of any building. And so we have chosen to continue to adopt that, so that the building can work like we expect it to. So with the courtyard, and with the fact that we have very few walls on the inside, there'll be a lot of free-flowing air, and air can actually be exchanged at the time they need, or at the rate at which they need to be exchanged, especially with us having to grapple and deal with COVID. We need very good air quality on the inside, and to a very large extent, we would want the building to work even without air conditioning, So this is one of the main reasons why we have we have designed the building with a courtyard, and we expect it to do what it is designed to do. Again, like I said, the courtyard also helps with natural lighting, and these are very passive ways of cutting down on the energy requirement for the building. And of course, beyond that, what we have also thought of doing is to even harvest rainwater, which we can recycle for reuse around the premises. We've got a large premises, we've got gardens that need to be watered, toilets that need to be flushed and all that. And so we're looking at such energy efficient ways to make the building work. Now, the other thing we have done is that we have planned to use solar responsive glazing on the facade of the building. This is so that, again, when the building needs to, if there's too much light from the outside, the building can naturally, the glazing naturally gets, or automatically gets tinted, so that less light is coming into the building. Where it's a bit dark outside, the tint automatically reduces. And again, like I said, the glazing is also going to be responsive to the characteristics of the solar energy that is being discharged per moment. Of course, we've got some shading devices on the glazing as well, so that the amount of energy that will be required to cool the inside of the building will be much less. Of course, because the glazing is also responsive, you find out that the glazing is not going to transmit so much heat into the building, unlike if we had used regular glass. The other thing we have done is also to make our walls living walls. We call them living walls because they're walls that would allow some green to grow on them. Apart from the fact that this cuts down on cost of having to repaint and all that, it also helps to also keep the walls pretty cool. This is what we need now around us. And again, this plants usually would help with assimilation of carbon dioxide and release of oxygen to also help with the air quality around the building. So these are the renderings. This is a side view. This is actually the front view of the building. This is well, the building, you know, looking is like a bird's eye view of the building. We are planning to install solar panels on the roofs again, so that the energy requirement will be reduced, especially with the very high tariffs, you know, that we have around now. This is the back of the building, and then this is the front of the building. Now you would notice this very interesting feature that we have put here. This is our interpretation of the welcome that we expect the building to give to its users, women coming in from all over, you know, and even people who are going to support the women in whatever it is they have to do within the complex. Well, these are just further views. I hope you're enjoying them. Nighttime view. So the building still stands out even at night. I think at this point in time, it's good for us to also, well, before I go to that, maybe we should just enjoy some of these views a bit more. This shows a bit of the children play area. This is a view around the library. These are lounges. One of the conference or seminar rooms. Like I said, the conference rooms can actually be split with movable partitions, so that we have a smaller area than has been, you know, created. Now, before I sign off, you might want to know, how much will the building cost? Well, we're envisaging that the building might cost anywhere between 1.2 to 1.6 billion. You know, but I don't think that will be something, well, it might sound like it's a lot of money, but it is a lot of money at first. But the overall life cycle cost of the building, which should be what is more important, it would you know, is not so much. I cannot give you the exact figures now, because there are a lot of things that we have to take into consideration, which we don't have the details yet within the life cycle cost. But then the initial cost requirement for an energy efficient building usually is high, but by the time you know, this same cost would usually within the first 10 years of the lifespan of the building would usually already have been repaid. One other thing that I should say is that we had a number of offices that we have, or should I say office spaces that we have provided for within the building, which can be, you know, let out, you know, to recoup some of the cost of the building over time. But the most important thing is that what we have planned is for the maintenance of the building to be almost negligible. You know, maybe all the maintenance we'll be having within the building will probably be just that of cleaning, but not a lot of money is going on into, you know, energy supply. I mean, that's like a cost of putting up big generators and all that stuff. All of that has been, you know, taken care of, so that ultimately, you know, the annual running cost of the building will be so very much lower. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Okuriboye. This is actually awesome. I don't think anybody can do as much as you have done, because you've really put everything in place. Everything a woman needs to have is there. You've thought about the children, you've thought about the seminar rooms. Everything is just intact, you know, where we can go and be free as women, where we can go and interact and network with each other. Everything is so beautiful. You've done a great, great job. I thank the female architects of Nigeria. I thank you, Madam Bosse, for what you have done. And I thank Ajia Samira Abdullahi for this initiative. It's a wonderful initiative. And I believe that going forward, it would help us to even work together and work further than we've expected. You've done a very great job. We thank you, our MC, for giving her the initiative, for allowing her to work with our initiative, for giving her room to really express herself the way she wants to help the Northern women and all of us inclusive. Thank you very much. I thank you very, very much. Now, we're going to go to the keynote address. And the keynote address is going to be from Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo, OON. He's a Nigerian mechanical engineer, former director of Energy Commission of Nigeria, chair of the Nigerian Member Committee of the World Energy Council, WEC, African region, and a former vice chancellor of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. Today, he is also a chairman of Nigeria National Commission of World Energy Council. We're going to have with us today Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo, OON, to give us our keynote address.
Thank you very much, Otumba Odunta. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, please, we can.
Thank you very much. I'm very delighted to be participating in this webinar of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. And I'm very grateful to the leadership of the association for inviting me to participate in this very important event that you are holding. I need to apologize for not being able to be with you on the first day, and that was because I was participating in the Tertiary Education Fund, TED Funds event of Research and Development Foundation. But we finished late yesterday, and I'm here with you today. I am very delighted to note that women professionals like architect Okuriboye is doing the right thing as far as the energy sector is concerned. This is what we have been preaching for decades, that architects should make buildings energy efficient, and they use passive concepts of especially renewable energy, so that the massive energy consumption in the building sector will be greatly minimized. That should be an example for the entire Nigerian building industry, so that, like I said, the energy that is not enough will be sensibly utilized. My focus in this event is to talk for some 10 minutes or so, and then I will request to be given the chance to share my screen so I can go through some slides quickly. Now, again, I want to say that what I'm going to discuss will have focus on the energy space with emphasis on renewable energy. And my intention is for the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network to bring together young women, preferably from NYC or a few years after NYC, so that they can go into the energy sector as their vocation. And in this regard, I want to say there is significant opening for the women of Nigeria to do so many activities in the energy sector. First and foremost, I want to push very strongly that there should be an advisory, training, and consultancy outfit, 1 or 2 or 3, that the ANWBN can see to their creation. This is the way to go, because we need to educate, sensitize, enlighten women on the various opportunities in the sector. And again, the group, I can see you already have very senior professionals that can participate in this unit that I'm talking about, and even go to consultancy activities and make money for the association. So that's number one. Number two, I want to quickly say that women can set up very effective businesses for generating and sale of electricity from solar energy at first and other renewable energy sources like wind, biomass, biofuels for electricity generation. Later, women also could be involved in setting up gas power plants, especially with the federal government's rolling out of its activities for significant increase of use of gas. So electricity generation is one. And then I also want to strongly promote that women should go into modular refineries. It's not too difficult. It's not rocket science. The first group that I recommend, the advocacy, the training, the think tank, and consultancy could organize all these. Modular refineries will contribute significantly towards stopping what is happening at the moment, that the government is importing already refined petroleum products. This is a shame. And I think women can participate significantly in that regard. Now, again, talking of the modular refineries to produce premium motor spirit, diesel, and other products, this is going to be for transport sector. Now, I want to quickly say that this will be something like a transitional period of, say, 15, 20 years, after which we are going to see explosion of electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are clean and neat, and in other countries that I've been checking, I see women are increasingly going into that. The developing and managing of charging stations, and also the maintenance workshops of electric vehicles. This is a new area that is coming, and I think our women folk should be trained to prepare very well to go into it in a very, very big way. Now, the next area, the fourth area I want to recommend is to say that in the household sectors and services sector, and when you say service sector, you mean schools, hospitals, prisons, hotels, and so on, especially in the rural and the peri-urban areas of Nigeria. Fuel wood is a major cooking energy type that is not captured in our books, but it's something that you cannot stop in the next 50 years. We cannot stop. Those of us elites in the cities, in the big towns, we are using cooking gas, but in the outside the big cities, in the peri-urban areas and rural areas, they are all using fuel wood. And the way that many of us have been recommending that fuel wood to make sustainable is plantations of quick-growing tree species. Quick-growing tree species that will mature in 15, 18 months, that will be cropped as a business and sold. Associated with it is improved cook stoves, stoves that are very efficient, that instead of combusting, say, 2 heads of firewood, you just combust 1. And in that wise, the natural forest will be left untouched. It will be the plantations that are developed specifically for this that will be providing the fuel wood. Now, the other area associated with biomass biofuels is again plantations of jatropha. Jatropha is the feedstock to provide biodiesel. Then the special type of elephant grass that I saw in Brazil that can be used also to produce ethanol. These two are already approved by Nigerian government as the blending components so that to make our own oil to last much longer. Of course, over the years, instead of encouraging Nigerians to go into plantations of jatropha and elephant grass in a big way, unfortunately, our government has been importing already blended petrol and diesel, which is not good for us. So one area that is already cleared in the biofuel policy of the country is this production of the feedstocks for production of biodiesel and ethanol. And I think it's an area that I saw in some countries, Brazil and Malaysia, they are going very fast in it. And during a visit to the two countries, both around 2008, 2009, we were very pleased to see women participating actively in these two areas. And that's the reason I have decided to discuss it. Can I have the facility to share my screen? Can I be allowed to share my screen? Can I be allowed to share my screen? Are you seeing it now?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
We can.
Yes,
we can.
we can.
That's very good. Yes, so I'll go through this. I'm showing solar PV. Solar PV, they are the main area that our women can go into. And I want to quickly tell you something that I found in India. There's a place we visited called Barefoot College. Barefoot College in India. They decided after planning to only select women to train. And the Barefoot College products all over India today, they are very effective in looking after solar photovoltaic systems for provision of electricity to individual projects, to villages, and in fact to group of villages. And this is one area I think our women folk can go and make headway in it. Now, the other area, of course, you can use Solar PV in telecommunications, like I said, powering entire villages. And of course, in water pumping, it is also an area of increasing utilization. Of course, you've got the solar panels, you've got because sunshine is in the daytime and utilization is done even at night, so you need to store it in deep cycle batteries. And these batteries also are the same ones that are going to be used or are increasingly being used in electric vehicles. So that's why there's synergy between the electric vehicles and the solar utilizations. There are so many utilizations, street lights, like I said, entire communities. The other area is solar thermal, especially for hotels and hospitals that require hot water as cheaply as possible. In Kano, I saw some young Nigerians, including a couple of ladies, trying to produce some of these systems. There are solar cookers also, which will be very effective in places with significant solar radiation. About 10 years ago, when I was testing some of this, I prepared jollof rice with the one on top right. I prepared jollof rice for 35 minutes in sunshine duration of Sokoto. These are solar dryers and solar distillers at the bottom, which are very effective in reducing the consumption of electricity in our systems. There are more solar dryers here. These are big ones that the entire communities could use. The group that I recommended as the first one could be doing consultancies in some of these areas. And I am aware there are some lady engineers, lady energy practitioners could be used to provide some of the consultancy services to make money for the association and of course for themselves. These are chicken brooders, incubators, which are very effective in poultry production. I always like to show this one, which was designed and constructed for a retiring professor at Unsuka that wanted to go into poultry business. You know, brooding is one area that you need to participate, to pay attention to when you're going to succeed in poultry activities. Now, this is biogas systems, which is also very, very effective in utilization of animal droppings to provide gas, which can be used for cooking, it can be used for electricity generation, ironing of cloth, and so on and so forth. These are different type of designs of biogas systems. And this is the area that I was saying that if we don't act to stop destruction of natural forest, Nigeria will have desert encroachment in most of the northern states, and soil erosion problems will be very, very bad in the southern states. So the way out is to stop cutting the trees in the natural forest, but to plant plantations, like I said, specific plantations developed for providing firewood, because we cannot stop our Nigerians in the rural areas from using firewood for cooking. The stoves that I was talking about, many types have been designed. Many groups in Nigeria, we have also designed and tested them in Sokoto. And when I was at the Energy Commission, we have been arranging several meetings. You can see me inspecting some of the stoves that were displayed in Abuja when we wanted the First Lady to come and commission them. It's an area that is not giving attention at formal meetings like the one we are doing, but I think it is an area that we should pay attention, because like I keep saying, we can't stop our brothers in the villages from using firewood. And if we don't do something, then we have soil erosion problem all over. We will have desert encroaching, as I said, many states in the north. These are the ones we constructed for a prison house, and we were testing it at the center before going to put it for them, for the inmates. Now, this is the wonder plant, Jatrafa. I say wonder plant because you have so many products. Apart from the product, you see clear liquid at the bottom right-hand side, that is the biodiesel. You also have glycerin, which is highly needed material in cosmetic industry and also in pharmaceutical industry. And it is a product that really we should plant. In Malaysia, the improved version of theirs, improved seedling they produce, it matures in 15 to 18 months. But Nigerian one, I think it takes about closer to 2 years. In the northern state, they call it Binido Zugu. In southwest, they call it, is it Lakpa Lakpa or something like that? And it is something all over the country. We should get our girls, our ladies, to go into production. It's a wonder plant. It will produce biodiesel, produce glycerin, produce material for fertilizer and herbicides and pesticides, so many products. And again, the renewable energy component, the biodiesel that we can use to blend mineral diesel is something that calls us to promote it. I will stop here and conclude with 3 points. Number one, to say that the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network should appoint a committee of women. I can see 2-3 women already, those presenters and the moderator of this and Chief Okurubido could bring themselves together to get women to participate actively in the energy terrain, to set up those consultancy training and advocacy unit that I mentioned, and also to select women that will be trained, and then also to guide them to set up businesses that will succeed in securing funds from financial institutions and go ahead to produce products that will be sellable to the Nigerian community, so that before you know it, women will be making waves in electricity production, in electric vehicles, in modular refineries. And then this, my baby of Jatropha plantations, they will also be there. I don't want us to produce biofuels from cassava, from maize, from sugarcane, because we are not like Brazil. In Brazil, they produce excess. But in Nigeria, I don't think we can produce excess. So we leave those food products and go into non-edibles like jatropha and elephant grass. And I want to thank you. I'll wait if there are questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is really mind-blowing. Let's give him a round of applause. It's really mind-blowing. He's done an awesome job. You know, as we go into this session of inadequate power supply, Professor has opened our eyes to things and places where we don't even dream, things that we have not thought of. He's shown us that women can do even much more than men in these areas. He's shown us a lot of wonderful opportunities that can help us as women, as an association, and as a group. He's shown us a lot as we talk about all our advocacy on power, inadequate power. He's shown us opportunities that we can use to dissipate this challenge that we have at the moment. He's given us opportunities for businesses in solar, in gas power plants. He's given us another opportunity in modular refinery, developing gas plants, helping us to stop importation of refined petroleum products. This is awesome. He's told us, even the farmers, to grow jatropha so that we can use lapa lapa, as it's called in Yoruba, to use it for biogas and biofuel. This is an awesome opportunity for us women. It's showing us that even if men are not recognizing us now, they're taking all the seats, by the time we get into these opportunities, they'll be forced to recognize us as a force to be reckoned with. We have to put our mindset, change our mindset, and begin to work in areas, spaces where men have dominated, so that we can be recognized. We thank you very much, Professor. You've done a great job opening our eyes to this opportunity, helping us to know that we can even do much more than we're doing at the moment with the facilities we have on ground. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to the panelists at the moment, and we're going to be discussing our third issue. And the third issue we have in our advocacy is what Professor has started with us and what he has opened our eyes to see. We'll be talking about inadequate power supply. And I'm sure a lot of SMEs are affected by this in their performance homes. Everybody is affected by inadequate power supply. And recent times, we see that the cost of power has gone so high that it might affect a lot of SMEs. They might shut down. They might not be able to produce anymore. And if you look at what is happening now, many people will go into use the wood stock in the farm. And like Professor told us, if you're not careful, we're going to be having desert lands if you don't plant trees that can be used and will grow very fast. If we don't look at the renewable energy that we have, it's an eye-opener for all of us. We need to look at this and do something about it. As we go into the parliamentary sessions, we have our own Dr. Duni Owo. She is an award-winning author multipreneur who started an entrepreneurial journey as an employeepreneur in oil and gas industry back in the 90s. Her experience and expertise in the entrepreneurial journey has made her a sought-after subject matter in this field. Dr. Duni is a certified management consultant with the necessary expertise to help organizations create successful employee entrepreneurship programs to increase innovation, create new profitable products, and to recruit and retain key employees. She's the president of Women in Energy, Oil, and Gas. But before we go to her, we would like everybody to put up their questions in the Q&A chat so that in case you have any, we can go back to Professor for him to answer the questions. So, and her panelists too will be dealing with a lot of the problems and challenges facing the SMEs as concerns the inadequate power supply. But if you have any questions, kindly put it in the chat. We'll go back to it and we'll have Professor Sambo answer the questions. And I believe that Professor Sambo will still be staying with us so that we can ask him the questions. We can put the questions together and ask everything at once. Thank you very much, Professor Sambo, once again. Dr. Duni, please, you have the floor now.
Good morning, everybody, and happy Independence Day. Nigeria is 60 today, and it's so exciting. And it's also very, very, well, I want to say not coincidental that we are having the Energy Day today, at this wonderful conference. From day one, it's been very great. Day two, marvelous. And of course, day three is the end of the event, and it's really going to be impactful, transformational. I'd like to say a big thank you to the ANWBN leadership for coming up with this very impactful event, for the CIP support. We appreciate you. We thank you so much for coming up with this very, very engaging sessions. It's been pretty engaging, and the speakers, the choice of speakers shows that it's not just a pick of the list. It's meant to actually add value such that after we are done with everything we're doing here, people can go back and really take action and do things that will cause transformational changes in our lives and also in the nation at large. So thank you very much, ANWB, and we appreciate you, and most especially for this session. I'd like to acknowledge and say a big thank you as well to Professor Sambo. Everything you said is in fact, is our desire. Let me just put it that way, because it's something we've been trying to do, you know, women in energy, oil and gas. We've tried to see the entire energy value chain and see how we can break it down into bits and pieces, you know, such that we can also have women participation across board, not just, you know, because there's that thinking or that mindset that the energy, oil and gas industry is an industry that you need a whole lot of money, millions of dollars to be able to participate in. And one of our objectives at WEOG is to be able to break all this down even to the micro, you know, the SME, the medium scale, and of course the large scales. And everything Professor Sambo had said is, you know, just corroborating our points and what we are trying to do at WEOG. So modular refining, solar energy, gas flaring, commercialization, gas production of gas cylinders, gas power plants, and so on. These are all businesses that can be, we have miniature versions that women can start and can also add value to the nation at large so that we can close the very huge, please don't mind my stressing that word huge, very huge energy gap we have in the nation. And we believe that all these years, the men have been doing it alone. It is time for women to also come into the industry and let's help, you know, let's support them, let's complement their efforts to see how we can close the huge energy gap we have in Nigeria. So our main slogan at WEOG is Energy Women Closing Energy Gap, Energy Women Moving the Nation Forward. And I'm so excited today because we have here, even on the panel, I would say our global matriarch, engineer Mrs. I guess she's a geologist, Mrs. Susan Morris. She's a septuagenarian. And it was through our influence about 4 years ago when we met at a global conference that gave birth to Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, because it's a woman that single-handedly discovered oil in a nation. And just that once, and you see, what is unique about that story is that they had been looking for oil. Over 50 well-known big players in the industry had tried to strike oil in that particular nation, and they just couldn't do it. It just didn't happen. And then that woman, through her resilience and resilience, was able to do it. And that one singular discovery transformed the entire nation to what it is today. Anyway, I'm not going to go into the story. She's here all the way from Colorado. We're happy to see you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Their timing is about 7 hours behind that time, and she had to wake up early to join this session. Thank you, Susan Morris. We love you. We appreciate you. We also have engineer Mrs. Olumaduka. She's here as well. Thank you. She's also a veteran in the industry. She's one of the women that formed the Nigerian LNG. She's done a lot of things. I postponed that till when we get to that session. So going into the panel session, our panel is expected to focus. I'm going to just share my screen. Our panel is expected to focus on the impact of power on the performance of SME in just a minute. Yeah, okay. Impact of power on the performance of SMEs in creative, viable solutions, for businesses and for Nigeria at large. And it is rather unfortunate, to see that Nigeria being the 5th largest oil and gas producing nation in the world, and we have the 9th largest gas reserve in the entire world, we still have a very huge, power and energy gap across board, so much so that is really affecting our manufacturing sector and so many other sectors. And the case here now, the case currently in the nation is we have even companies that were once set up in the nation, running to other nations or neighboring countries like Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, in order to be able to close the power gap. So the objective of ANWBN, coming up with this, haven't done the great work that was done on the women business agenda, came up with the five priority issues. And one critical issue is the energy gap, power and energy gap. So I'm just going to reel out the results of that exercise before we go into the discussion session. And here is the results. So the summary of findings, this was done by the ValueCon, Mrs. Abimbola Osuchukwu, a consultant to the ANWBN CIP consortium. So this is the results. We discovered that 47.5% of women entrepreneurs declared on a daily basis that they have less than 6 hours of energy, electricity specifically, and 40.2% women entrepreneurs affirmed that they generate their own power, for 6 to 12 hours per day. Imagine having to generate your power by yourself to do your business. 85% women entrepreneurs use generators, all those small generators, as an alternative source of power or source of energy to be able to do their business. 30.8% women entrepreneurs spend close to about 10,000 naira on monthly PHCN bill, and 60% entrepreneurs are billed on estimate bill, for power consumption. So there is a huge gap. And on the panel today, we have practitioners, we have women that are manufacturing, and we have both the practitioners that can further talk to the challenges they're having, and we also have those that have helped to create some level of solution to the situation. So what are the recommendations made by the ANWBN? Revisiting the electricity privatization agreements, implementation of the National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Policy, regional energy integration, and Professor Sambo actually gave us a lot of pointers to possible solutions that we can rely on. Looking at the gas option is a major one. The fact that now you can actually have modular gas processing plants. So it doesn't have to be huge and big. It doesn't have to be Dangote. It can be you and it can be me. So transmission and distribution losses, that's a major one, because currently we observe that there is no proper synergy between the distribution, the DISCOs, that's the distribution company, the transmission company, TSCN, and the distribution company. So there is a lot of energy that is lost in that in that space. Then we have the effective metering system and electricity cooperative societies. So those are some of the recommendations made by ANWBN. So now we're going to go into the panel session, and the very first person I'm going to call to have a session is the friend and the auntie as well, and she's a resilient woman in business, and our business cuts across several male-dominated sectors, manufacturing, oil and gas, and so on. And I have the distinct pleasure to invite Mrs. Ngozi Oyewole to take her session. Mrs. Ngozi Oyewole is the MD of Noxy Limited. Noxy Limited basically is into manufacturing of PPE, that's personal protective equipment. She's the founder of Noxy Limited. She's an award-winning SONCAP, that's SON and MAN, in office manufacturing. So she does both PPE and office equipment manufacturing, integrated service provider. She's a certified health and safety professional and a big player in the oil and gas and medical sectors, supplying protective equipment in the areas of medical, food, and construction industry. She's a result-driven, resilient, and ace womanpreneur, and an extensive experience in leadership, business management, and strategic planning. She holds a degree in business administration and is certified and experienced interior designer. She's an alumnus of the Sahid Business School, University of Oxford. In 2015, she was nominated by Forbes magazine as one of the leading women entrepreneurs in Africa, championing business sustainability and women inclusion in business. She's also a We Connect International Award recipient of Women of Excellence of 2019. Mrs. Oyewole is also a 2019 award recipient of an Exceptional Leader of Excellence from the Women Economic Forum and All Ladies League. She's a 2020 iconic woman from Bangalore, making a difference in women-owned businesses, women-owned industries. She's a certified and active member of We Connect International. She trades Commonwealth, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, Women in Business, and Nigerian Gas Association. I must say that she's also an advisory member of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. She's a member of the Pan-African Manufacturers Association, PAMA, a member cum Assistant Secretary of the International Women's Society, a member of the Lioness Club of Africa Group, a Tribe Women's Solution, Gaia Africa Global Fund for Women, and the World Pulse Group. In fact, she has quite a lot. So I will allow her to take the floor now with our presentation. Please kindly give a round of applause as we welcome in Mrs. Ngozi Oyewole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Duni. I think you really went to town with that introduction. Thank you so much. And did you fail to say that I am a member and the Vice President of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, WIOG. So just in case you skipped that. And
she said it, she mentioned it. Because we are proud of you.
Thank you very much, NC. It's such a pleasure to be here today. Permit me to share my slide a little bit. So where's it? This one? I'm trying to get myself together a little bit. Okay, please could you stop sharing so that I can share? Dr. Duni, you need to take off this. Yes, excellent. Okay. Okay, let me share this. Okay, let me share. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. All righty. It's such a pleasure to be here. I mean, NC, I can't thank you enough for this opportunity to really get my voice out. It's as if it's been itching me inside as an entrepreneur to say all the stress that we get as entrepreneurs. I mean, Professor Sambo really gave us a good lift, and Dr. Duni made a good justice out of us. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak at this great summit. You know, some people from their perception, I've spoken from their perception, but I'm speaking as a business businesswoman who has personally been hit directly by all the reasons the Nigerian Women Business Agenda was created. Those 5 points were really for us, but today I'm only just going to limit myself to what I've been asked to speak. It's obvious the cost of power supply has been identified as a major factor in determining the sustainability or growth of SMEs in the country. You know, this is because in the SME sector, electricity is such a major component of what we use, which has gone through the data, as you can see. She went through all that data. Hold on one second. Okay. More so, the following have been identified. I'm just going to run through it because a lot has been said. You know, because of the epileptic power supply in Nigeria, we have low productivity, high cost in operations, poor customer satisfaction, gross undercapitalization of businesses, corruption, huge loss of revenue, high cost of providing backup energy, high startup costs, job loss to outright closure or relocation of businesses to other neighboring countries. You can see that, for instance, man who does the tomato paste in Nigeria, I think he's had more interest, he's gone to other states. If we had all those things working here, I'm sure he wouldn't have the time or to go to other countries to go set up his tomato paste. Consequently, the high cost associated with private generated electricity is one of the greatest obstacles to the growth and development of SMEs in Nigeria. Therefore, having a stable and predictable source of electricity is essential in growing this sector in Nigeria. A PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC report established in June revealed that electricity accommodates the biggest costs to daily operations for many small and medium-scale businesses in Nigeria. It's a lot. There are more reports in 2020, doing business reports, getting access to electricity ranks as one of the huge, very big, like Dr. Duni emphasized, huge constraints for the private sector in Nigeria. Of course, you know, the big companies operating in big budgets, finance, they can afford to seek alternative means of power, you know, through off-grid energy sources. I mean, what do you want the rest of the SMEs who are just operating on shoestring budgets? They're left at the mercy of Nigeria electricity. Electricity is therefore the main infrastructural deficit affecting SMEs, particularly those in manufacturing like me. Like I said, I'm a true example of a businesswoman suffering under the weight of lack of, or the epileptic, no, I wouldn't say lack, it's there for itself, but the epileptic situation we face with electricity. Okay, this is basically what you see, what the SMEs see. You can see the way the generators we use, the renewable energies that are supported, and the other items I'm just going to glide through. Can you see this picture? This picture shows a small industry trying to survive. No electricity, nowhere to even charge a simple phone. How do you get across to other people? How do you get across to your little customers? What a shame. The federal government has for years kept the official electricity artificially low and has incurred over 1.3 trillion in costs. Oh, the World Bank estimated we can all see all the cost of electricity. While the official tariff may be low, the average SME does not benefit from this subsidy and has to incur extra costs for alternative source of power, mostly from diesel generators that we can't overemphasize. Electricity is essential to the economic development of any nation. And of course, Nigeria is overwhelmed and plagued with electricity issues. Low power generation, supply leading to load shedding. You can see the transmission and distribution constraints. There's just so much for capacity that we need, yet only 12,500 megawatts is what we need, but we're just 3,500 megawatts to 5,000 megawatts. It's all that is distributed. Consumers are often billed for electricity, not consumed, in form of estimated billing. Dr. Duni emphasized that. Potential demand, if Nigeria is to meet industrialization goals requirement, we need to up our generation capacity to 80,000 megawatts. These are just different comparisons, different alternatives to grid electricity for SMEs. Alternative power sources. I compared that to other countries, other SMEs, and you can see Nigeria see how high. Look at how much we use, how much we need, how much we're desperate in need for electricity, and of course, seeking and holding on to alternative powers to run our business. Using those generators, we know the high capital costs, initial cost of generators plus installation costs, high running costs, diesel fuel and maintenance costs are getting more and more expensive with devaluation of the Naira, since both diesel and spare parts are imported. Nothing is produced. Noise and air pollution. Most SMEs are running old, smoky, noisy generators and cannot afford to buy the latest soundproof units. How much do we make? How much? So we can only rely on people, independent power producers. These ones, you don't need upfront capital commitments, as you no longer need a generator. The IPP will offer you reliable electricity supply, though at a much higher tariff, but they double the official DISCO tariff. Unfortunately, IPPs are not available in limited areas. They're normally residential. Again, this is one area that would be helpful, but it's also very limited. We go to the solar power, renewable energy. This provides flexible power solution where grid supply is not available, thankfully. It involves very high upfront capital costs, mostly due to the battery requirements, but for when sunshine is not available. But then, thank God, once the sun is there, we survive. Thank God for solar power. The cost of solar power panels, they've dropped, thankfully, dramatically over the last years and are getting more competitive all the time. Mama Renewable, we thank you for what you're doing in this space. You have really saved a lot of us. You've really done a lot of work. And SMEs we're clapping for you and we're very proud of what you're doing. Thank you, ma'am. Solar panels are very low running costs, no fuel costs, and very simple maintenance costs. So we're just sitting in that. For us SMEs, that's our hope. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has approved increase in electricity tariff. It's scary. But following public pressure, it's only when we make the noise. Thank God for an agenda that is a platform for us to scream. So when things like this come up, we scream. We really scream. So, the anticipated increase in electricity tariff regime will be a welcome if it will come with improved power supply and availability. Because the challenge is the non-availability of electricity for use. Anything can be said. Everybody can say as they want to say. Is it there? Will it be available for us to use? Are we going to produce at our optimum, or are we just going to run out? Sometimes you look at a lot of stakeholders, it's policymakers speaking and saying and promising, and yet how we're very glad for the women agenda that is in place. This platform, I can never stop clapping for this platform, because it's on this platform that I'm bold and crying out and saying SMEs are suffering. We're suffering. Most SMEs operators indicate that they do not have issues with tariff, but the availability of the power. So therefore, before the new tariff, level of generation and distribution should be increased to that availability power can be guaranteed. Presently, the power demand in Nigeria far outstrips the supply, and the supply, like I've been saying, and I'm repeating, and I'm crying aloud, I'm standing and speaking for the women, the supply is epileptic. Most of the SME operators currently using generator sets associated with high cost. It is believed that even with the anticipated hike in the tariff, with the current increase of VAT to 7.5%, the cost of running a business in Nigeria will be lower with access to steady supply of electricity from the distribution companies. But if it's not there, again, we're running below optimum. We're making total loss. We are drowning under the weight of new policies that are in place, but not working for SMEs. Apart from SMEs possessing the potential for poverty reduction, employment generation, wealth creation, reduce inequalities, and will provide value orientation, which can ultimately stimulate industrial growth. The availability of steady power supply can directly impact on the profit of the bottom line of all the SMEs. Therefore, if the increase in electricity tariff comes with more capacity, reliability, quality, and efficiency, the multiplier effect will include enhanced operations of the numerous SMEs, sustainable socioeconomic development, encouragement of new investments and in the sector, and also enhanced public-private sector participation. It will also increase productivity and raise the living standard of all SME operators in Nigeria. If the hike in the tariff comes with steady supply, it will in no small measure contribute to employment creation and provide more opportunities for individuals to be self-employed, thereby helping the country to alleviate poverty. The hairdresser will work well. The barber will work well. The woman in the market, and a woman that has decided to set up something for herself will work well. We will work well. Thank you very much. I do not want to take up your time. I thank the MC and her team that have put all this together. I thank Dr. Duni, who spearheading the women in energy, oil, and gas. I thank Dr. Maduka for what she's doing. And, I thank, Tumba, Bemishola, Oduto, thank you for heading today's activity. Dr. Sambo, you did great. The commissioner that spoke from the AU, I had a big thumbs up for her because she cried loud for us. And I really want this little piece for all and sundry to give SMEs, hear the women, hear us, the business women, take us serious, provide a platform for us to stand, provide a platform for us to do what we do best. Give us a chance to our ability in that space. The women, we are working hard. We're not lazy. We're doing it. We're pushing ahead. We are not competing with the men, but I can tell you, we are firing ahead of them. Not in competition, but in our space, I think we're firing ahead of them. Thank you very much. And it's been a pleasure to put out my voice today. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mrs. Oyewole. Please, can we give her a huge round of applause? Thank you so much for the stream. As a matter of fact, the chat box is full. You know, everybody's saying thank you for highlighting the issue and proposing or suggesting solutions. We appreciate you, and I'm sure we have people in the government also listening, and we will not only just wait for the government. We on our own will try to find solutions to this issue and you know, take the bull by the horn, and that's what Professor Sambo has asked us to do. And thank God now there are different miniature solutions we can leverage on: mini modular plants, mini gas plants, solar system, and so on. Now we're going to go to our next panelist. Is somebody I respect so much, because he's a he for she. You know, he for she means a man that is all out to support anything that has to do with women endeavor and women's success. And it's not just a he for she on a general note, it's also a he for she with regards to energy and power. And that is the person of Dr. Sonny Akpoyibo. Please can you give him a round of applause? So Dr. Sonny Akpoyibo is a president and CEO of A. Stevens Group of Companies, a renewable energy solution provider and a green energy finance solution provider. He is a well-renowned green energy evangelist, if I may use that word, or let's even say green energy bishop across Africa. He supports women to develop green energy technologies. He sponsors women to build, you know, skills in solar technology and entrepreneurship. He invests and supports women in mitigating climate change. He's just the main green energy evangelist across the entire Africa. And A. Stevens International was founded close to about 10 years ago. He was once the president of the Council for Renewable Energy Nigeria, that's CREN, and is also, you know, they also, at A. Stevens, they focus on design, installation, and financing. They do all three. So it's not just about design, they are looking for money, or installation and they can't design. So they do like a total package. They focus on the design, installation, and the financing of renewable energy and energy efficient projects across sub-Saharan Africa and Africa at large. Dr. Sonny Sambo has a PhD in business administration.
Sonny Akpoyibo, not Sambo.
Apologies, Dr.
Sonny. He's still the current president of the Council for Renewable Energy, Nigeria.
Okay, so he's still the current president, and he has a PhD in business administration and management from the Greenwich University. Please join me and welcome our distinguished panelist, Dr. Sonny Akpoyibo. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. And the good news, we are celebrating Nigeria at 60. And the other good news is that A. Stevens is also celebrating the anniversary, 10 years anniversary. So it's a double celebration. And I'm happy, and I thank the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, especially the MC, Chief Mrs. Okoribido, for the good work she has been doing in the eco sector. And I'm happy to be here as one of the panelists for a very important topic that I've been shouting and crying about, which is the impact of power on performance of the SMEs, creating viable solutions. At this point, sometimes I always say the cost of darkness is more expensive than the cost of procuring energy. And one of the key things I see there that we cannot overemphasize, even when God was creating this world, he said, let there be light. And when he saw the light, he said it was good. And darkness could not comprehend at all. This is exactly where I'm coming from. Dr. Bumi Owo, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I appreciate you. There is a topic you raised here, energy women closing energy gap. This is important. Energy women closing energy gap. Now, the women in SME, the panelists before me, she was wonderful. I appreciate all what she put forward. The women suffer more to generate energy, especially they are more vulnerable to the climate change. And now we are looking at the area of business, the women in business, the SMEs. They plan their business, they do their business development, they come up with a business structure, they borrowed money from the bank. When they want to distribute their business regarding the funds they have, they look at their pocket, energy has taken over 60% of the business cost. Energy are taking 60% of the business cost. And now, that means there is darkness. And this darkness can only leave when we have access to clean and affordable energy. And that is the only way the business can strive. Because without energy, business in Africa, not only SMEs and women, can never strive. But I have a solution. One of the greatest solutions is when I traveled to Abidjan on the invitation of African Development Bank as one of the panelists also. A European colleague said, Africa needs energy, and that is why he's supplying us energy. I will ask him, what about sustainability, building capacity? You know what he told me? He said he's not a teacher. Africa needs energy, and it's giving us the PICO system. If it's no longer working, we should throw it away. To me, it's an insult, not only to Nigeria, not to the Africans, and especially the women in business. And this is a solution I said we need to work about. I would please want the moderator to share a very short video, what Stephen has put together to assist the women in business to bridge the energy gap on the topic, energy women closing energy gap. Please, Chief Mr. Korubido, I sent it to you. If they can please share the short video before I move forward, I'll be very grateful.
Okay, I'll be sharing it now. Please hold on.
Thank you.
Welcome to A. Stephen Renewable Energy Academy, Azria. In A. Stephen Renewable Energy Academy, gender equality is priority. Our women and girls as household energy managers tend to have a bigger say in household energy decision.
Okay, looks like we have to start all over again.
Okay, that's nice.
Welcome to A. Stephen Renewable Energy Academy, Azria. In A. Stephen Renewable Energy Academy, gender equality is priority. Our women and girls as household energy managers tend to have a bigger say in household energy decision. Thus, the design, production, distribution, and sales of sustainable energy technologies like clean cooking stoves and lighting devices would benefit from having women contribute to shaping the clean energy value chain. Women and girls are often primary victims of indoor pollution from burning of fossil fuel, kerosene, and charcoal. Research has shown that every year, 4.3 million people, mainly women and children, die as a result of indoor air pollution from smoky wood stove. And in 2012 alone, 7 million people died, representing 1 in 8 of total global deaths. This confirms that air pollution is now the world's largest single environmental health risk. Energy poverty affects women and girls by virtue of the toll it takes on their time, resulting in time poverty in quote. Women spend considerable time gathering wood, thereby causing them to lose out on other self-nurturing activities such as education, Therefore, let's come together, fight this energy poverty, and save lives by sponsoring the women and girls around us in renewable energy skills. Partner with us. Register your sisters, daughters, wives, and female wards for the next gender greenpreneur and solar technology training. Visit our campuses: Ogun Campus, Kilometer 40, Lagos Ibadan Expressway, Asheshe, Ogun State. Port Harcourt Campus, 56 Rumosi Farm Road, Port Harcourt, River State. You can also call our hotlines on 0902 507 1379, 0706 187 5947, or visit www.astephenrea.com. For more inquiries, kindly email info@astephenrea.com. A Stephen Renewable Energy Academy, driving gender transition towards low carbon economy.
Wow.
Thank you, Dr. Bumi. Thank you for the slide. I will continue, but I will be brief. My presentation mostly goes on the solution on action points. How do we combat the impact of no energy in SMEs to develop women in energy or women SMEs? I'm currently the president of the Council for Renewable Energy. One point is that we need more women. We need more women participation to join our Council for Renewable Energy. It's a serious point, so that the voice of women will be heard. If women are more vulnerable to climate change, we need their voice. In aspect of our trying to bridge the gap, we need the women to be more relevant and to be more available in decisions making. So therefore, we will need more women to come and join our association so that our voice will be more heard. Secondly, is training and capacity building. If more women are trained in the industry, it's more easier for a woman to convince his mother or tell her mother, say, "Mommy, you have energy problem. I have been trained. I can give you energy to run your small business. What about the hairdresser? What about the woman who have a small drinking shop to cool her canoe in the rural areas?" Many of them, they don't know and they don't understand. But by the time we have more women trained in the industry by building capacity, creating the viable solutions will be available. The solution is there. More women need to participate. More women need to be trained. In some of your agendas, in your program, the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, I would please agree with Professor Sambo that training is key. Training is key in some of your agendas. Make it a key agenda that more women should be trained. In my capacity, as also the president of the A Stephen Renewable Energy Group, we have trained more than 200 women on scholarship to bridge that gap on access to energy. And most of them today, they are employers of labor. Some of them came, they are looking for a job. They're job seeker. The moment they come for the training, before they get to the end of the entrepreneurship, they are already become an employer of labor. That is a key importance of training. We need to build more women in greenpreneurs. The decision makers in Nigeria today are somebody's husband. The president is somebody's husband. The governor is somebody's husband. The CBN governor is somebody's husband. Why can't women develop green energy funds for women? Even in the state government level, let them be green energy funds for women to be assessed with single digit, if not even 5%. That will create more access to energy and grow the business among the genders. And also, professionals will spring out. There are where we have green climate fund consultants. There are where we have climate change consultants. And there are people also come out as installers. This is part of the training. It is important today to also know that the gas utilization policy also favors the small SMEs. And that is where the women need to come out to play leadership, take a leadership there. For example, A. Stephen Academy is designing a curriculum that will train converting of normal generator to gas, because gas is clean and cheap. And that is a huge business model for women. Let more women come in this program. Today, the gas utilization policy is encouraging hybrid system. Most women, they are entrepreneurs in the area of education, in their farms, in their small businesses. They already have existing small generators. We are looking at the technology which Stephen has gotten right now, partnering with the German company, to convert their existing diesel generator to gas. Thereby, during the day, they run on solar, which is hybrid and gas. And the government, after having a meeting with the Presidential Task Force on Gas Utilization under the office of the Vice President, there is a huge grant available there. But women can get more when they improve their advocacy, when they joined and say, yes, increasing our business network, we are keen into this gas utilization policy. Funds could be made available to them. And I always tell Chief Ms. Okoribido, who is the energy mama, that listen, women has power. All they need to do, because those decision makers are somebody's husband. Women should be the fourth driver of access to clean energy in Africa, because they are the most vulnerable. And because they are the most vulnerable, they have the energy. A woman is a mother. A woman is somebody's mother. We are somebody's is our mother. Why can't women take this leadership to provide energy as a business case? And a woman is somebody's husband. Why can't women take this as a major business? Because energy is one of the biggest fast-growing business in Africa today, especially in Nigeria, where the first panelist is talking about how the business becomes so expensive because of energy. But women, closing the gap is really, really important for more women to come into participation, for more women to participate. On this gas I'm talking about, there are women who have schools, private schools. They run on diesel or gas, diesel generator. By the time more women go into the training, capacity building, how to train and design hybrid, solar and gas, it's going to reduce their energy consumption and reduce their running cost, and thereby key into the green energy funds to be administered by a woman to produce more women access to finance with a reduced cost, with a reduced percentage, because to stir the economy, a woman must be empowered. Every market woman that goes to market every day that use kerosene lantern does not save money. But every rural woman that goes to the market to sell in night market, that goes with solar light, solar lantern, which could be assembled in Nigeria by women, that woman saves money. Imagine she saves just 100 naira every 2 days for using solar. In a month, how much has she saved? That woman is getting out of poverty. And this could only be available and this could only reach to the most rural woman if more women participate in training. I will stop here and I will say one last point. A huge business we should not undermine. One Nigerian child, one solar reading light. It's a business for the mothers. Every child today in our rural areas reads with kerosene lantern or candle. How can we as a mother close our eyes in this modern world and see our children reading, and see your children reading with kerosene lantern and candle? And most of these female child, they suffered more because when they finish school, they ask them to go and fetch firewood. On their way going to fetch firewood, some of them get beaten by snake, some of them get raped. They get home, they'll be the one to cook. The male child is playing football. Now that child has the promise to the mother that, mommy, I want to become a doctor. Mommy, I want to become an engineer. She has to read a book. She has to do her mathematics And while doing that, you see the child crying. It's not because this child is crying because she doesn't want to read. It's because of emission she's inhaling. And the mother, who is not educated, beat that child again and said, you don't want to do your homework. This is pathetic. This is a business model that women can take. Consider the assembling part of it. Consider a woman who has a birthday, who is a leader, and said, I have a birthday. Imagine Daddy Gio's wife has a birthday and said, I have a birthday. I need a shoe. How many shoes will she get? And how much is the less shoes you will buy for Daddy Gio's wife that has, to Mommy Gio that has a birthday? If I would say more than, the cheapest is 20,000. Imagine she comes out and say, I don't need a shoe. I want to drive access to climate, access in reducing emission. I want to encourage the kids to read in a more efficient and clean environment. I need just one solar lantern for my birthday. That means there is a business for somebody. Assembling will spring. The women will come up to put an assembling plan for the products. Women will distribute. If those lights are to be kept in a stadium, how many lights will fill that stadium? Billions of lights. So women are naturally and should naturally be the driver of climate change. This access to energy, excess money spent in entrepreneurs are spending to provide themselves energy could be reduced if more advocacy, if more women participate in the Nigerian transition to low carbon economy. This could be effectively eradicated and funds will be made available. But women need to be more proactive in the industry. Like I said, we are welcoming more women. Steven today has an arm subsidiary of green energy finance. I need a capable woman to come and handle it, to come and run it. In our academy today, my huge advocacy is gender entrepreneurs and gender training. I need a capable woman to come and run that subsidiaries. This is the little I can do, but you can do more. And I will say thank you for the privilege to be here today. I'm available anytime for questions, for emails. My past going president, Chief Mr. Koribido, has a huge contact, the way to reach me. I would have been more available, but I'm in UK presently now, attending to some other important matters. But I have to take the time. I'm on transit to still join the meeting. I'm happy to be here. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So much, sir. Thank you so much. That was really enlightening, and more so we appreciate the fact that you are committed, to the growth and to the growth and improvement of women in the country. We also appreciate the fact that sorry about that. Okay, I'm so sorry about that. The call was coming in. We appreciate the fact that you have a lot of programs, you are designed to help women, because there's that saying that women are actually the face of poverty. And it's so embarrassing to keep hearing that, but the truth of the matter is the truth, and we appreciate the fact that not just your person, you're also using your weight and your organization, your energy to help us change that narrative of women being the face of poverty. Thank you very much. I'm sure quite a number of people on the chat have been asking for how they can be connected and how they can also be a part of that training. I like your emphasis on knowledge, because knowledge is power. And, there's that saying that if you know better, you will do better. And of course, there's also that saying that women are better managers. And that was where, when you mentioned the fact that you were looking for a woman to run that section of your business for you, I said, you know what is happening. So we appreciate you so much. We thank you we thank you. And I'm sure quite a number of, if I can get your email right away, I'm going to put it on the platform such that people can also send, you know, the necessary email to your institute such that they can come and be trained. Thank you so much. And we also like the fact that, we also appreciate the fact that you highlighted the need for us to start looking at even the upcoming generation. One child, one solar light. You know, a child does not have to suffer, you know, because of the inadequacies and the gaps of our, you know, the current situation we have in the nation. So thank you so much for considering women and considering the upcoming generation. We appreciate you. Now we're going to go into our next panelist, and she's another wonderful, excellent woman of excellence. And I'm going to reel out our profile now. She's the person of Professor Oyedunni Shola Arulogun. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Let's see your face, ma'am. Please, could you kindly put on your video? Okay. Professor Arulogun, ma'am. Yes, she's putting on her video. Yes, that's a beautiful face. Can we give her a round of applause? Okay, so Professor...
The video is on.
Yes, we can see you now. Thank you, ma. Professor Oyedunni Arulogun is a foremost health promotion and education specialist with over 18 years of experience at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, the leading Nigerian academic institution teaching students from various social and cultural background. She's the first female professor of health promotion and education, University of Ibadan, first female to become the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, University of Ibadan. She has received trainings in addition to her basic academic degree, B.Ed, M.Ed, M.H, and Ph.D. at the Margaret Sanger Institute, South Africa, London, School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Her research interests includes productive health for adolescents, for the disabled gender stroke studies, child survivor strategies. She's a fellow of the Royal Society of Public Health in the UK. Okay, she's a licentiate of the Nigerian Medical Rehabilitation Therapists Board. Professor, in year 2017, Professor Arulogun received a certificate of recognition for being a patriot, an achiever, and a role model. She's an avid researcher of international repute, and she has served as a principal investigator, co-principal investigator, and co-investigator on several internally and externally funded projects and grants, including the popular MacArthur Foundation, WHO, Unilever, NIH, NACA, World Bank, University of Ibadan, Senate Research Grants, the Bill and Melinda Gates supported University of Ibadan grants. She possesses excellent administrative, verbal communication, and written skills, along with constructive and effective teaching methods that promotes a stimulating learning environment. She's the current director of the University of Ibadan Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Please join me as we welcome the Professor Oyedunni Arulogun. Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma.
Okay. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, the National Coordinator of ANWBN, all the great matriarchs in the house, the men who have been supporting and will keep supporting the women, all participants. I want to appreciate everyone that has been on this program since day before yesterday. I have really enjoyed myself on the program. Please, may I be allowed to share my screen?
Yes, ma, please go ahead, ma.
Okay. Okay, so the theme for this session is impact of power on performance of SMEs, creating valuable solutions. And the problem we are looking at is inadequate power supply. Day before yesterday, Mrs. Bimbola Osochukwu gave us the idea of the magnitude of the problem that we are facing, and everyone who has spoken before me had looked at the magnitude of this problem, which is the current situation that we are facing, and had looked at the impact of this IPS, that's inadequate power supply, on productivity of women. And so therefore, I have decided to look at it from another perspective, because the whole essence is how can we achieve energy efficiency within the constraints that we have.
Good morning.
Within the constraints. And so I have decided.
I didn't. I've been on from the very beginning. I used your link because they hadn't sent me a link. But they've now sent me a link. So I signed out on your link and gone in on my link. And I sent them a message saying, I'm here, I'm ready, ready to give the presentation, blah, blah, blah. And they've just gone from one speaker to another, to another, to another, to another. So no, I haven't,
you kindly mute
talked.
Sharon Robert. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody.
No, it's okay. So I have decided to title my presentation, Achieving Energy Efficiency Through Behavior Change. What does it take? And why are we bothered about energy efficiency? Since we started today, we have said that energy efficiency is good business and is good for business. It will help us reduce operating costs. It will improve customer experience. It will improve overall business efficiency. It's going to attract new customers to us. It's going to build customer loyalty, as well as attracting and retaining employees. And ultimately, it helps us to protect the environment. Because right now, where we find ourselves with the current energy issues that we have, we find ourselves in what I can call the boiling frog syndrome, because all our entrepreneurial activities, be it in the oil and gas industry, be it in the agribusiness, all have impact on the environment, leading to pollution. And women and children are most at risk of where we find ourselves now. And so in looking at how do we achieve efficiency, energy efficiency through behavior change, I want to present a background. And the background is that most policy efforts that have been looked at in reducing the environmental impact of energy consumption have focused on energy efficient technology and renewable energy resources. None of them is looking at human behavior. And for us to understand and have more efficient technology and efficient use of renewable energy resources, we need to understand the interaction between technology and human behavior. And until we are able to look at that synergy, we may not be achieving our ultimate goal as we would want to achieve. Energy conservation interventions have frequently failed to take the full range of significant influences on human behavior into account. Policymakers have tended to favor measures informed by economic theory that use financial incentives as their main tool and have often neglected non-financial influences on behavior. While major investments are being made into new technologies and materials for improving energy efficiency, there are a number of human-related factors that also need to be addressed. Therefore, strategies and targets need to be in line with the motivations of individual building users and owners, and actions need to be easily integrated into daily behaviors to be effective. Now I have here different factors influencing human behavior. Since we started today, we have talked about the resources available. We've talked about availability, we've talked about accessibility, we have talked about the difference between the rural and the urban communities. We have talked about how it's going to be difficult for women, sisters in the rural areas to have access to renewable energy, to be able to afford it, even to accept it, because culture is important. Our beliefs, our values shape our behavior. And it takes a long time for us to be able to affect our culture the way we will want it to be. What about our thoughts and our feelings? Our thoughts and our feelings are governed by our knowledge, whether we truly believe that we should do away with the current energy use. What about our beliefs? What about our attitudes? What are our values? All of these are important. I remember during the week we were discussing somewhere and somebody said, we need to change the mindset of women from the kind of image that African Magic or the just concluded Big Brother Nigeria is painting to women, from looking at who we are physically, to begin to think more constructively, to be able to make the difference that all the women on this platform have made. And they need to let our younger sisters know that it goes beyond the physical that we see. Also, what influences our behavior are people around us. Who are the people around us? Dr. Sonny Akoyibo talked about our leaders. They are the men in our lives. They are the decision makers because we are in a patriarchal society. What are they telling us? As we are growing up, what were they telling us as girls? You are to be seen and not to be heard. You belong to the other room. Is that not having an adverse effect on how we behave in business? What about our friends? All of this need to be looked at holistically if we are going to make an effective change in improving energy. And so the barriers that we have has to do with information overload associated with such costs and efforts. When you talk to people about renewable energy, the first thing they'll say, I can't afford it, it's too expensive. Because there's a lot of information load. We need to be able to break the information down into everyday language that people would understand. Also, a big barrier is the perception of sunk costs. What do I mean by sunk costs? Sunk costs are, I already built my house, or I'm living in a house, I already fitted all my lightings. Now you are saying, okay, we are looking at energy efficiency because we don't have adequate power supply. And what we are embarking on is a long-term process. How can we make the best use of the minimal energy that we have? So you have asked me to change my bulbs to energy-saving bulbs, to change this, to change that. The first thing I will say is, so all my money will go down the drain by changing all these bulbs. So these are part of the barriers towards people actively coming up to make a change as far as energy is concerned. And so how do I make a change? What do we need to do? Because we need to think in a different way if we are going to surmount all these challenges that we are talking about. That the first thing is for us to do an energy audit. And when we talk about energy audit, we are asking ourselves, what do I need energy for? Many of us, even though we say, yes, our businesses, we pay so much to buy diesel, we pay so much for this. If we get to some of those companies, some of those organizations, there'll be many lights that are on in rooms where there is nobody. And so we need to do an audit of what exactly is our energy need.
Okay.
And this is a vital. If I know, my energy need is I'm going to behave differently. Also, training and awareness is important. I'm not going to overflow this because people that have spoken ahead of me have talked about the importance of raising awareness and training. However, we need to know that training can be intensive and expensive. And so if we are focusing training and awareness, we may not be able to reach a big,
but the man stingy person.
But we can train, but we can train an individual to take the lead in a community. So if we know recent people in the communities, in their communities, who will act as trainers. I apologize for that break, sorry. So community initiatives are important and they are especially effective, and they are good behavior change tools that we can use. When we work within the community, we act as checks and balances for each other. So it's easier for us to do what is good. It's easier for us to engage in good practices when my sister next to me is going to nudge me to do what is right. So group efforts can encourage individuals to not let off guard, so that we are not off guard. And so moving forward, the first thing we need to do is to segregate SMEs by energy needs, because not SMEs have the same energy needs. So we need to segregate that because we are looking at a long-term investment. Our goal, which is having efficient energy, is also a long-term. So what are our energy needs? And we can, based on the different SME energy needs, decide how much can I afford and do instrumental transition. Also, we need needs assessment. Then successful intervention must change the environmental cues that sustain habits. And an example of constant electricity supply. So we can do things that will make people to engage in activities that will not let them use the available energy. An example is encouraging people to use the steps rather than using the elevator. And there are ways to encourage people to use the step, is to have along the wall of the step beautiful pictures that I want to read and I want to see what's on the wall. I want to see the drawings on the wall. I want to read the historical perspective of that organization. Some of these activities are things that would encourage and assist us to reduce our consumption of energy. By and large, looking at the behavioral aspect is key, because no matter what investment we put in, if we have not affected and influenced human behavior, we are just going to have resources go down the drain. Even when we have renewable energy that we are talking about, it is the human person that is going to care for them, that is going to maintain them. And if we don't affect maintenance culture, if we don't affect the fact that because you see lights, you can just put it on and on without you needing it, we will not be making a headway. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Professor. And thank you for putting another face and dimension to it, which is very, very critical. the human part, because it's not just about the theory and just about the theory and what, I mean, telling us the technical bit of it. We need to ensure there's a proper paradigm shift in the minds, you know, of people. You know, the energy is in the mind, you know, and they need to understand how it works. You know, it's almost like the story of the woman that had a load on her head and somebody gave her a ride. So when she entered the car, rather than dropping the load in, you know, somewhere, maybe on the seat or somewhere, she still had the load on her head because there was no paradigm shift. There was no mindset change. So that's a very good, you know, dimension you've given us. You really shows that you are the professor in the house. We really appreciate you, man. We thank you. And I also like the way you asked that we do a proper segregation, you know, of the energy need and the energy and the sustainable energy requirements. That's also a very, very important one. Energy need assessment, sustainable energy intervention, segregation of SME by energy needs. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We thank you for throwing a lot of light into that. And I'm sure our women that are here are going to take the message out to their different members to ensure we have that mindset change. Thank you so much, Ma. We're going to go into question and answer now. And I have some questions here already. And please, to all our participants out there, if you have more questions, feel free to put them in the question and answer box. Please, not the chat box, question and answer box, because there are quite a number of chats out there, and so that we can be able to pick the ones that are real questions. Okay, so the first question I have here is by Atinuke Owolabi, and the question actually goes out to Dr. Akpoibo, and she said, what do you mean by women are more affected by climate change? Dr. Akpoibo, could you kindly help to throw some light into that question? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the questions. I will just be straightforward. Women are more vulnerable to climate change because of the activities they undergo in trying to keep, first of all, let me start from the home safe. The women in the rural areas are majorly the ones that goes to fetch firewood when they finish from their school, especially the ladies, the girls. And when they are coming back from school, some of them got hurt, either get raped or get beaten. And also in the rural area, you see the women are the ones who use the firewood to cook. So when I just use this limited explanation, we'll all agree that the women are more vulnerable to climate change, and they are more affected by the effect of climate change. So more women participating in the renewable energy industry, in access to create affordable energy and cheap energy, will be more encouraging to mitigate the effect of climate change. So that is what I mean, that women are more vulnerable to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that and for throwing light into that. We appreciate you, and I hope your question had been answered, Atinuke Owolabi. I guess our participants are so taken, they are so taken aback, and they are still trying to assimilate all the different information, you know, we have been able to make available, starting from, you know, when we started off with Mrs. Otumba, when we took off with Otumba. So we don't have too many questions here. However, I can put a question out to our professor. So how do we go about this mindset change? Because I think that's a major issue we have in Nigeria. People still want to do things the old way, you know, and Isaac Newton's law of motion says an object wants to remain where it is, you know, until it is forced. So how can we, you know, get people to actually have that mindset change that will be able to embrace, you know, these new norms and, you know, the energy new norms, not COVID new norms, energy new norms. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. We need awareness creation, and training, starting with awareness. We need to let people know why they need to change their mindset. Oftentimes, we talk about people changing their mindset without letting them see the reason why they should change. And so when we are talking to them about changing mindset, we need to give concrete examples as to why they have to change, and if they don't change, what would happen. And that is followed by training. And like I said, we can't reach everybody at once, but we can have a cohort of people who will be trained, and then they go down the line up to the household level or community level to step down the training. So awareness is key. We keep talking about it. And as women leaders, that everybody on the network that we are, we also need to show by example, live by example, so that people around us will see that, oh, and they begin to ask questions, why do you do this? They will be able to say, this is the way to go.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, coordinator, I want to add to this.
Yes, sir. Professor Campbell, thank you, sir.
Yes, when I was at the Energy Commission of Nigeria, one of the projects we did was a program jointly with ECOWAS and Cuban government. We distributed 1 million compact fluorescent lamps to some housing estates in Abuja. And I'm pleased to tell you that that led to a reduction in the demand of electricity in those estates by up to 40%. And this led us to submit a document to government. And at the end of the day, the National Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation was established at the University of Lagos.
Wow.
It is functioning very well. And I want to tell you that if that center continues the work it is doing, we are going to achieve significant reduction in energy consumption. And as a matter of fact, all we need to do now is to let them know that they should expand their activities and open a line of activities specifically targeted to women, so that the association can link up with them. A lot can be done. The issue of wasteful consumption is a very serious one, and we need to continue with advocacy and the campaign. And I'll quickly seize this opportunity to tell you that I have answered 4 questions online, which is why you're not seeing them. They came much earlier, shortly after I made the presentation, and I have answered the 4 of them.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate this spirit of excellence you have demonstrated. We really appreciate it. And I like one word you mentioned. You said we have to reduce wasteful consumption. And I think that's a major issue we actually have in this country. There are quite a number of resources that we have, but it's just being wasted, so it's not about it being adequate, being inadequate. We also have a lot of wastage along the chain, along the chain, a lot of wastage, even in energy. We are currently flaring our gas. I know there's a gas commercialization project ongoing, but it hasn't really taken off. Thank God, last 2 days ago, we had the first hearing of the PIB at long last after so many years. So there is a lot of wastage, even in the electricity generation. Between generation and distribution, there is usually a huge loss, in the process of transmitting. And, so we just have to find a way to cut this wastage. And that's a major, area we need to look at, and women can also help to look at, and the government also needs to look at, so that God himself will not even be upset with us. Because if we are so blessed with so much, Nigeria shouldn't be talking about energy gap, by virtue of what we have. We have virtually everything. Somebody who I was at this discourse regarding solar energy and solar power, and I was made to understand that the sand that is used to produce the solar wafers, we have it in Nigeria. So we can actually net become, a net exporter of solar panels, those solar wafers to the other countries, because we have the sand, we have the sun, we have everything. We are allowing it to waste. So that's a major word we'll really take into consideration as we, you know, I encourage the presidents or the women presidents of the different groups. Please take that as a key take home. Let's talk to our women. How can we reduce this wastage, you know, in our value chain? Thank you so much, distinguished panelists. Okay, questions are coming in now. Oh, thank you. So another question I have is from Gertrude Bashoru. Okay, Gertrude Bashoru. She would like to be trained, and she's asking if there is an age limit to the training. Well, Dr. Akpoyibo, I'm not sure there's any age limit to the training. I've answered that. There's a question from Omowumi Bakare. Should the change in mindset in local languages, especially for rural women? Okay, I think that's more like a contribution. She said the change in mindsets in local languages, especially for rural women. So we should be able to break it down as we, you know, let them hear it in a language they are familiar with. Then I have Princess Jules Habo, and she's directed this question to Professor Abubakar Sambo. So what programs do you have available for women in the energy sector? That's like, I guess she's referring to your commission. And how can we take advantage as learners in the energy sector? Princess Jules Abo, National Secretary, ANWIB. Okay, I think I should just read out all the questions, then we can quickly go to the answer and close this session. Somebody wants to be part of the training, but she says she's based in Abuja. That's to Dr. Akpoyibo. So do we have the training center in Abuja as well? Victoria Oluwasonya, can something be done about the fake energy saving products imported into the country? That's a bit of an angry question. So can something be done about the fake energy saving products imported into the country? Then I have Dr. Oladele Abiodun. Professor, is it possible to get a legislation to make use of energy efficient bulbs compulsory so that available energy is efficiently used? The choice is not left to individuals. So those are the questions we have in-house, and I think the three goes out to Doctor, Professor, and also Miss Professor, the two professors. Thank you very much. Kindly let's, I think I would go with Dr. Sonia Akpoyibo first. So how can people access the training? Some people are in Abuja, some are outside Lagos. How can they access the training, sir?
Thank you. It's very encouraging questions. We can see that most women are picking the interest now for the capacity building we have been preaching about. Yes, we don't have an institute fully equipped in Abuja right now, but we are working on one. But in the absence of that, we can arrange the training when we have encouraging numbers of students that made a full class, about 20, 25 make a full class. We can arrange a special training, bring equipment from our Lagos branch, and that is the area where we really want to work with the Association of Women, Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, and the Women in Renewable Energy to get sensitization for members who want to sponsor their families, who want to sponsor their friends, who want to sponsor females to come for the program. If we have a class, we can arrange a special training in Abuja. And after this meeting, I would like to work with the president and the secretary of the association to see how more of their members could be encouraged to take trainings or sponsor people. That is where we can come up with a special grant or with a special concessional discount for the women. Yes, we can do that in Abuja. Depends on if we can have full class through your assistance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I like that word, concessional grant. So women presidents, kindly take note of that. You can actually organize and put the women together. And as he said, as long as they are 25 in number and above, you can organize something. And it doesn't have to be just Abuja. It can be anywhere in Nigeria, I believe.
Thank you.
Okay, the second question to Professor Sambo with regards to asking what programs are available for women in energy sector, specifically from your commission, and how can they take advantage? How can we take advantage as learners in energy sector? Professor Sambo, sir.
Thank you very much. Actually, I completed my 2 terms as DG of the Energy Commission since December 2012. And I have since gone back to university, my Energy Research Center and faculty at Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. But I can tell you that at the moment, the Energy Commission, I'm aware, and if you check their website, you see they are continuously doing a lot of awareness campaign and advocacy to get all Nigerians do the right thing as far as energy consumption is concerned, to reduce wasteful spending. There's a unit at the commission that is handling that one and is working in tandem with the center I mentioned at the University of Lagos. In fact, as a result of the project we did with ECOWAS and Cuban government, the Federal Ministry of Power has since prepared a bill for the National Assembly to enact a law that will compel Nigerians to be sensitive to energy efficiency and consumption requirements and to stop wasteful energy consumption. Of course, it is very painful to see in broad daylight so many people leaving their bulbs on and so on and so forth. So I think that is going to be substantially addressed when that law is eventually passed. And I want to quickly comment on the issue of the fake bulbs that are all over the place. Recently, at the Task Force for Power of the Ministry of Power, which I am heading, we discussed this and we held a number of meetings to get the Customs Department and the Standard Organization of Nigeria to be more strict in controlling entry into the country of these fake bulbs. The very sad thing is that just across the border in Ghana, they don't allow fake bulbs at all, which is why, you know, Ghana's energy access is a lot better than ours. While our electricity access by government is about 60%, and the World Bank says it's about 40%, in Ghana, their electricity access is about 84%. And one of the things they do to attain that level is being strict in quality products for electricity consumption, especially the compact fluorescent bulbs. I think there's another question for me also. Okay.
Which one, sir?
Maybe I've responded to all of them, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And I like what you highlighted with regards to what the task force of the Ministry of Power. And I want to believe that task force is active and they are really looking at that wasteful consumption issue. And also the import. The truth of the matter is we really don't even have to be the one importing all these things into the nation. If you know you really have energy, there are things we can also manufacture ourselves.
I noticed there are 2 things I should comment. One is the issue of production of local cells. Like I mentioned, I was at a meeting of the TED Fund, which ended yesterday. Is like a retreat, a 1-week retreat, when they inaugurated the Standing Committee on Research for Development of the agency. And one of the areas who was tasked at the Energy Thematic Group is this issue of local production of solar cells. It's something that is going to require quite some years. It's quite high-tech. but I think we are going to attend to it. There are so many high quality silica sands in many parts of the country, all over the zones, that could be used to provide the input materials for the wafers of solar cells. But like I said, it's something that is going to take quite some time. And that is why the initiative of Chief Dr. Akboyubo will continue to be followed. How he's getting the solar modules into the country, that is what we should rely upon for the next 15, 20 years.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. For those that have asked the question with regards to the price of the training, Dr. Akboyubo had put his email address in the chat room. Kindly access it there. And we cannot start discussing cost and price here, but definitely it's going to be very affordable. And it's also mentioned opportunity for grants for bulk and for associations. I'd like at this point to say thank you so much to, okay, maybe before we go, I could also get Professor Yeladun to talk through the question or the comments, even though the person presented it as a question, but it's more like a comment on the language, put the mindset being described or being presented in different languages, such that we can also reach out to the grassroots women. Could you kindly talk through that so that our women presidents can take the message back home to their different women, the women in their groups? Thank you, Ma.
Thank you very much. It's absolutely important that we use our local languages or the language of the community that we are relating with. Why this is important is because we think in our mother tongue, and oftentimes things are better explained using the local language, especially because there will be some sayings, some proverbs that would drive home the point. So it's absolutely important that when we are talking to people in the different communities, we are using the language of the community. And that is why it's a multi-sectoral approach where everybody comes on board and not just one person going out to do the sensitization or the community engagement. So we need to partner with people with the communities, the gatekeepers, important gatekeepers in the community, so that they can help us, especially when it comes to the delivery in the local language. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Oyeduni. We appreciate you, Ma. There's another question here that's from Omowumi Bakari. She said, how about training of primary school pupils, as in catching them young? It can be in the curriculum. So, well, I'm going to speak to that. At Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, it's actually one of our objectives to see how we can not just make it a current, it's our objective to see it as a transgenerational effort, such that right from childhood, right from the primary school stage, the children understand, energy, the importance of energy, and they are able to, their mindsets, their initiatives, they're able to relate with energy, the energy value chain, even at their level. I, for one, since 2013, I actually do train as energy volunteer. There's a global conference we usually have in Texas, Houston, and I normally, volunteer to train. So what these people have done is, while having all those conferences, they also do include, pupils, right from primary school to secondary school to university, to also have their own session. And I think Nigeria, we need to adopt such. So all those are big conferences that we spend a lot of big money. We need to also have a session for the upcoming generation. So it's not just us speaking, you know, the grammar, they are also kind of integrated into the developmental plan. So virtually every year, I see, you know, so they have teachers coming, you know, volunteer teachers, and they also have the pupils coming. We train them, you know, it's usually like a 5-day session. We train them, and after training them, they are expected to do a project within that 5 days and come up with something, you know, like a suggestion or, you know, like a small project to a particular problem, and they do prefer solution. And I tell you, it's amazing. Within those 4 days or 4-5 days, those children actually do come out with solutions. And women in energy, oil and gas, we are looking at importing that, if we have to import anything, you know, into Nigeria, such that we can also have like an energy STEM, you know, programs. It's not just, you know, we have STEM, and thank God now we're beginning to have a lot of awareness with regards to increased need for STEM. That's science, technology, engineering and mathematics, you know, courses. Now we want to scale it down to energy. So energy STEM right from the primary school. So a small child already understands the difference between the electricity, the general electricity, and the renewable energy. Understand oil, understand gas, understand, you know, the different things they can do within the energy value chain, even at their level. By the time he graduates to a secondary school or to a university, or even comes out into the economic world, is able to come up with initiatives, solutions. And then we will also start producing our own Mark Zuckerberg, our own Bill Gates, and so on. And that's what the, you know, developed nation, that's what they do. That's how they groom, you know, their younger generation. It's not just about the theory in the classroom. They also make them to say it, and they applaud them when they come up with fantastic initiative. So Professor Abubakar, I will probably be working with you for us to see how we can see this happen. And thank you very much, Mrs. Omowumi Bakari, for coming up with this highlights. And you also mentioned that if we should even find a way to include it in the national curriculum. That's also a solid one. I'm sure we can take that as part of the message that will be, you know, published in the repertoire, such that we can take it on from there and make it happen in Nigeria. Thank you very, very much. Without further ado, I'd like to say a big thank you to everybody, particularly to our NC and the anchor for today, Otumba Gbemi Sola. I'd like to say thank you to all my fellow panelists. I'd like to say thank you to CIPE. I'd like to say thank you to the organizing committee for this event. I'd like to say thank you to the consulting group, Dr. Sheyi and his team. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you for making this happen. And just like I said earlier, we don't want it to just be a tick off the list. We expect that this will be maybe cause transformational effects and changes in Nigeria. And coincidentally, it is happening right, you know, during the independence, and happy independence to everybody. I remain Dr. Oladuni Owo, National President, Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duni Owo. We've had a very, very good session with you. We have seen the challenges and solutions to every problem we have concerning power. Prof has given us some solutions. You have given us some solutions as well. And even Professor Oyedun, the Professor Oyedun, I hope I got it right. And Madam Ngozi, she's already made the shout for the SMEs. We thank every one of you. It's been a very good time. And I believe that going on and going forward now, I don't know whether Susan Morris is around for the talk. Is Susan Morris around?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We'll have Susan Morris talk to us now. She's a wonderful woman, and Dr. Junior Wu already told us some things about you that we were looking forward to hearing more from you. Susan Morris is the founder and chairperson of Belize Natural Energy, International Natural Energy, and an original investor and partner in XZ, and the #1 private aviation company in the world. She was born and raised in Belfast with an MOG degree in geology from Trinity in Dublin. She began her career as a frontier wildcat geologist, working all over the world, UK, Spain, USA, Asia, Central America, and Algeria. Her work with Englishman Sir Island Rankin took her to Belize, where she fell in love with the people and the country. After 15 years of exploration, finding no oil, Susan and her business partner, Mike Usher, attended the EDICO seminar, a specialized seminar on human potential and the power, human potential and the power of the mind through utilizing what they learned. On the 24th of June, 2005, Susan and Mike and their BNE did the unheard. They struck oil on their first well. Dr. Dunio already told us something about her, that she did something that was unheard for or unheard of, something that many people have tried and given up hope on. But as a woman, she was very tenacious and she tried very hard. She got the oil that changed the lives of the people and the community she loved so much. Today, we're going to hear firsthand from her how that happened and how it affected the lives of that community in Belize. Welcome, Susan. We welcome you to the platform to tell us more about your oil search and how it affected the people of Belize. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. And also, I am honored to be with such an energetic group that I know are changing this world, not just Nigeria. This is going out around the world. So I'm just delighted and honored to be a part of it. I've been listening for a while and picking up some key energy and words, and that's what I'd like to address. And I'd like to jump, firstly, I'd like to say happy birthday to Nigeria. Happy anniversary, happy birthday. And then I'd like to jump from what you said there, which is a key word, which is Belize natural energy. It's actually about the energy that I'm hearing and feeling within you all. And that's what the name of our company is. It's Belize natural energy. It's the energy within humanity. But that, to use one of your key comments, that waste is because we're not actually utilizing, we're not accessing our potential. And then the other part was, and by the way, that was a key turning point for Mike Usher and I, was to learn, as part of the training, how to access your full potential. At the moment, we're all only using 5% of our mind. Can you imagine what the world would be like if you actually opened the mind and utilized all of its creativity, all of our God-given innate rights? So I then wanted to take another point, which Dr. Duni, you mentioned there, and that is the children. If we have any doubt about our own energy and power and lack of fear and full of hope and certainty, it would be to look at the children. When we see the children, I'm a granny, by the way, and I've got my grandchild here, so I'm bringing her to school when we're finished. But we just need to look at them and we see that innate energy we're all born with. We see their fearlessness as, you know, a little 3-4-year-old girl climbs a tree and leaps off. And this is a universal common denominator in everybody around the world, everybody. And so that is firstly why the name of Belize Natural Energy is key. The key power, the key energy, and the key waste is within us. So how do we tap in and bring out our full potential? And then we will see the creative ways to go forward in everything. Now, when I did that, when Mike Usher and I did that, when we went to the Aduco training, as you mentioned, and we'd been trying to discover oil with and for the people of Belize for 15 years. I actually went to Belize, wow, it's about 38 years ago, and fell madly in love with the people. Yes, I'm a geologist. And yes, I could feel there was oil there, you know, to use something very unscientific. But everybody told me I was wrong because there were 50 dry holes. So even the president of Shell, who knew me, phoned me and said, Susan, shut up about Belize. You're ruining your reputation. But you see, the first doubt and fear is within our own mindset. And so another one of your speakers talked about the changing of the mindset. It's not just the changing, it's understanding how you get the mindset. The engineer in us wants to know, how does this mind work? How come we got a mindset of fear when we weren't born with it? Let's get back to basics. Let's involve, as Dr. Dooney says, let's involve and bring in the young people who have kept a more open mind. However, they also need inspiration and training and encouragement. And even, I use this word carefully, even programming, because we've got a conscious and an unconscious mind. And our unconscious mind is being programmed, is being imprinted all the time by our surroundings. So we've got to be, as adults, we've got to be very, very careful what we say to the young people of our nations, because those words go on to that sensitive plate and form those lives, as do our own thoughts. So the educational aspect is tremendously important too. And I'm speaking not just theory, and it's really important because you'll hear lots of theories about everything. You got to look at who's actually walking the talk and got the results. And we've been applying this understanding of human energy, which is the common denominator between, if you want to call it, renewables and fossils. It's all coming from the creative energy from within. And it's actually really what makes sense in an area. Solar may make sense here, and a volcanic geothermal somewhere else. So what I'd say is tap into that power. Don't even take on the fear, and even transcend hope into certainty that I hear coming from many of you, that you can bring you are bringing already a major wave, a major change of this new available energy within the people to your country, and lead Africa as a continent and really be the beacon that you were born to be. I've just said it quickly because I don't know how much time I've got. I could speak for days on this, but I'd love interaction and feedback, and your questions are all really important. And I know Dr. Dooney and I, but by the way, I can't thank you enough for firstly us bumping into each other in Houston at the Offshore Technology Conference, which is probably the largest oil and gas conference in the world. And I was speaking there on what it was supposed to be women's issues, but this isn't just women, this is men and women. This is our birthright as humans. We've all been held back by the mindsets. Maybe women have slightly different ones. It doesn't really matter. It's that you want to blast past them and have a goal that is so big, which you have, that you are the rocket ship and all the negative mindsets are just blown away. That's exactly what happened to me in Belize. That's how Mike and I discovered the oil. We've been the #1 revenue generator for the last 12 years. So Belize was heading down into a real difficulty. It's a small country, and many, I'd say the majority of Belizeans hail from Africa. And in fact, our head geologist is from Nigeria, Eugene, and his mom and auntie and everything went to Nigeria about 2 years ago to track down part of their family. And I must find out where they went. It was somewhere in the hinterland in Nigeria. But so there are bridges, there are communities all over the world. But there is a reason why we all came together. There's a reason why Dr. Dooney and I met in the corridor outside the talk in Houston. And she gave me her book on refining. So we've got to take up that combined energy and together lead out and be that beacon. And so I want to today say, I want to help in any way, whether it be with the young people, mentoring, which I think is a good two-way street, by the way, not just the older one with, giving to the younger one. It's an energy exchange, which is brilliant. But I do want to tell you one last quick story, because it's about the magic in you all. And that is that Mike, my partner, passed. He died before we'd actually even got the rig in to drill. He was young. He was in his early 50s. And he was a tall basketball player, and he shouldn't have died. However, I named the well after him, the Mike Usher #1. And we started to drill with even more conviction. And on the 24th of June, 2005, on the very first well, against all odds, everybody saying we were stupid, we hit not just ordinary oil, but oil so light it still goes into the generators without refining, which, by the way, is lucky because we have no refinery. And it's still doing that. But the real magic is that Mike died on the exact day, the 24th of June, 2004, 1 year before. And his spirit, his vision, his knowing has been with us ever since, as we produced the oil, as we brought the people along, as the chief of police came to us and said, "What is this? Explain. Can I avail of this Aduco training?" And he went along, and we cut crime. He cut crime in the capital city, Belmopan, by 52%. This isn't just about oil. This is about the oil within, that potential that everybody's got. And I'm sure that's why you've all got together, to tap into that God-given gift. And yes, bring the flares to electricity. Of course, that's a good one. But there's thousands of ideas bubbling up in all the communities, in all the languages that want to and are coming to the surface to get out. I could go on, but so stop me when you need me to stop. Does that mean a little bit left? Okay. Wow. Well, I think I'm excited for you all, actually, because it's like a way you've started the birth of a child, and that child, it wants to grow. And I mean the Nigerian movement. And probably you get help from all the Nigerians, whether they be in Belize, America, all over the world, diaspora. But the real gift for everybody is that within, and that is the gift of life. That is the spark, the power, the energy that propels us forward. That is, I believe, actually why we're in this shut-in time frame, to allow us all to say, the old ways have not worked. Let's look into ourselves and discover this well, this unlimited natural resource, and bring it forward in all of our communities for the good of the communities, the country, and the world. And so, you know, the name of your conference, From Fear to Hope, I would say, I would add a couple of other words, from fear and doubt to hope and certainty. Because there is a certainty and a strength in your voices that is carrying way beyond. Well, I mean, think, I'm all the way over in America, so it's coming all the way over here. So it's going all around the world. And it's that energy, because we are all energy bodies. And it's tapping in, understanding, and giving credit to what we might call the big boss. But that life's force, that energy is within all of us, and within the gift of oil, gas, wind, solar, creativity. So I would say, wow, well done. What a way to celebrate your birthday, your 60th birthday, I believe it is. To have this realization go out amongst your communities, to know that you can do it. And it's not just about oil and gas or solar, which are all great ideas, but it's about that creativity. And the younger, the better, and get together and bring that power on. That's it.
Thank you very, very much. This is so powerful. You spoke from within your heart. Yes. And you spoke from your heart. And we're very happy to be part of what you're feeling, because I know we all feel the same way because of the energy that brings us together. Yes. And I believe going forward, you have a lot of people to mentor in our midst, because you have 52 coalition of women groups. So it's very, very, very good opportunity you've given to them. And I know that many more people will join you and will give themselves up for mentoring. Thank you very, very much, Susan Morris.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for giving me this opportunity. And I really appreciate your smile, your knowing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're now going to have our own national coordinator, Chief Anita Okuribido, give us a short speech. And I know people are getting tired now because we've been at this for quite a while. We're going to the closing ceremony now. We've left the best for the last, which is what we've been doing for the first 1, 2, 3 days. But this last day has been awesome. We've had so many good people come on. We've had so many initiatives being spoken about. We've had too many things to take away from this, from today. It's like, it's the icing on the cake for us. And I know that as she speaks to us today too, she's going to speak to more things, to all the issues we've spoken about, and going on to the closing of the seminar, the summit. So we'll have Chief Mrs. Okuribido, our NC, National Coordinator for the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, come on now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. And we have Chief Mrs. Okuribido.
Thank you. Thank you, this wonderful MC, Otumba Beni Oduton, the National Coordinator of the Women's Wing of NASME. What shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, God, for all these wonderful people. They are distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's our independence. We are celebrating, and we are so glad that all wonderful erudite speakers from the international arena, from all over Nigeria, they have come to really speak to us during this celebration. It is our independence. And throughout the summit, the 3-day summit, the first day was good. The second day yesterday was better. And today
the best
is the best. And it's because it is our independence and we are celebrating. Of course, you will all agree with me that the theme, from fear to hope, scaling women business impact for a decade of action, has actually been discussed beautifully. Justice has been done to this theme from the first day to today. And I cannot thank all our wonderful and erudite speakers and panelists for doing this wonderful justice. My takeaway, particularly from Susan Morris, is let us look inwards and bring out the magic and energetic resource in us, which I would want all our women and even the men amongst us today, the youth, every Nigerian, to just, keep it.
Okay. No, you look like my daughter.
If I was looking like mute your microphone. Mute your microphone. Mute your microphone. The speakers, right from Tuesday, they have, been, drawn from the public and private sector as well as the civil society. And they have discussed in such a way that we can provide solutions to the issues of our national women business agenda. We have dealt with the lack of access to finance, gender inequality, insecurity, poor infrastructure, and of course today we have dealt with the inadequate power supply. And we have had at least over 500 guests, at this summit. And we are so glad that everything we have discussed is towards the advancement of the social economic status of women for inclusive and sustainable economic development. But since today is the Independence Day celebration, let me just take some little thoughts that are put together as we thank God that we are alive to mark the Diamond Jubilee of our country's independence. We are an independent country still searching for how to become a nation where no one is oppressed and everyone feels a sense of belonging. In spite of all the odds, we have survived for 60 good years. And so we must thank God and praise the resilience of women and all Nigerians. However, this year of our Diamond Jubilee has turned out to be one of the most challenging, particularly for women. We were still battling with the effects of insecurities in the land when COVID-19 struck and made life impossible for those who lost their jobs and sources of livelihood. To make life even more impossible, there was an increase in the rate of VAT, only to be followed by the imposition of stamp duty on house rent and certificates of occupancy. The dust raised by that had hardly settled when we were slapped with an increase in electricity tariffs, which was followed a couple weeks later by an increase in the pump price of petrol. Life is becoming harder and harder to majority of women and all Nigerians. And government needs to take radical steps to ease the burdens they are creating for us. Every one of us, led by the civil society organizations and NGOs as the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, needs to do something disruptive and proactive in our areas of competence in order to bring the suffering of women and all Nigerians home to the government. We must speak with one voice. We must work together and work far. If people must bear the burdens of the day, government must also show good faith by cutting down on the cost of governance. At this juncture, I want to say, even though the person that will take the vote of thanks, but SIPE, Center for International Private Enterprise, Washington, D.C., led by by Mrs. Barbara Langley, Siwi, SIPE Nigeria, led by our own indefatigable Mrs. Funmi Gbadamosi, the pillar behind this summit, the first summit of the Nigerian Women Business. And I say a big thank you also to my national executives, to the chairman of this great summit, to the zonal coordinators, to the presidents of the 52 organizations, and over 4 million Nigerian women entrepreneurs and professionals in the 774 local governments in Nigeria. Honestly, it's been a wonderful summit, and I just say thank you. On this note, I wish us all a very happy Independence celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. A wonderful MC. That was short and good. You said it all. We have reasons to thank God. We thank God for the platform. We thank God for the attendees, and we thank God for everyone that has been part of this summit, people that have worked to make it a success, and people that have worked and are already attending. And we know very much that their lives will not be the same after all the things they've had. Thank you so much, NC. Thank you. We're going to have now our ANS, Assistant National Secretary, and the person of Mrs. Yetunde Olajende. She's going to be giving us the communique on the summit. Can we have her come on board now? ANS, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Otumba Gbemisola Duton, MC, for today's event. We're really grateful. It's been an awesome experience from day one, day two, day three. It's been very interesting. A big thank you to my national coordinator, Chief Mrs. Anita Nana Okuribido, for this great program. The summit is awesome and the women are expectant. I also say a big thank you to our president, the zonal coordinator, SIPE, and everybody. I'll read the communique now. Thank you. Communique for ANWBN's first Nigerian Women's Virtual Summit, 29th, 30th, and 1st October. Theme: From Fear to Hope, Scaling Women's Businesses for the Decade of Action. Preamble: Nigerian women entrepreneurs have come a long way to establish their businesses and survive in spite of the many challenges. Unfortunately, the efforts of women are not measured, documented, and used to analyze the changes that have taken place from one place to another. Whilst trying to surmount the challenges, women also play a dual role as natural tenders, hence the burden of survival. ANBN's research work, the Women's National Business Agenda, therefore, focuses on the issues affecting the growth, development, as well as hindering the optimal performances of women in different ways. This led to identify the 5 priority issues reflected in the updated Women National Business Agenda. The 5 priority issues, once again, is insecurity, inadequate and poor road network, lack of power, gender inequality, access to finance, which is not the least but the most important. Interestingly, all the priority issues are linked to the sustainable development goals. Networking and collaboration have played a major role in setting the agenda for a robust future. Women have therefore reached out to one another, learning and relearning from one another. Despite the challenges posed by the threats from the pandemic, 2020 is indeed a very unique year because of the milestones, anniversaries that are significant to women all over the world. This includes the commemoration of the Beijing Conference 25th anniversary, as well as 25 years since the establishment of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs in Nigeria. Problems. Number 1, 55% of women entrepreneurs have been affected by COVID-19. 2, COVID-19 provided opportunity for businesses to be done in a different way. 3, women more likely to be affected by the pandemic as caregivers. 4, women stayed at home during the lockdown, and this increased the care burden and gender-based violence. 5, lack of finance is a major obstacle for female entrepreneurs. 6, number of women registered for politics is small, and this makes it difficult to influence policies made. 7, the challenges are numerous, complex, and multifaceted. 8, there are several barriers that keep women at a disadvantage. 9, poor management of trade has a direct impact on overall security. 10, culture, religion, economic status drives the issues affecting women. 11, the opportunity cost of not allowing women to perform optimally brings high consequences. 12, we usually do not pay attention to the timelines. 13, Nigerian women continue to be excluded in mainstream politics. Female representation is abysmally low. 14, we produce a lot of waste without varying how it will affect, in most cases. 15, the policies that affect women are not directly decided by the women themselves. 16, a lot of women do not formalize their businesses because of poor access to loan, lack of credit history, and lack of failure. Fear of failure. 7, lack of market exposures and lack of information on financial services available also limits their overall performance in business. 18, high running costs by using generators to power business is a huge for women. 19, energy takes over 60% of the cost of doing business for women. 20, inadequate power supply affects the productivity of women and reduces consumer satisfaction. I'll now go on to the recommendations now from the conference. Number 1, need for special intervention funds for female entrepreneurs across the country. 2, policymakers should implement policies that will change the narratives for women in business. 3, there should be a paradigm shift in the way of doing business. 4, young entrepreneurs should look out for professional mentors who will guide them on the ease of doing business. 5, women must learn how to reset their goals, restart and kick off on a global platform. 6, as entrepreneurs, women must convert challenges to opportunities. 7, women entrepreneurs should take advantage of the interventions available to access funds. 8, women must collaborate, network, and ensure that they achieve the 35% affirmative action. 9, to succeed, female entrepreneurs must move out of their comfort zones. 10, time to crush out all the biases and stigmatization for women. 11, we must encourage women to continue to work hard and avoid cutting corners. 12, educating and supporting more women to be on the board of different organizations is germane. 13, it is important to have a fundamental mindset change that speaks of capacity, not gender. 14, we must build the capacity of women in politics for effective participation. 15, women should change family values to where people can do things based on competencies and not gender. 16, women should write their roles and get key representation. 17, efforts to save lives and the economy should be intensified to overcome the pandemic. 18, women can change the status quo by having the right finance. 19, women must identify the issues that have a strong advocacy tool. 20, government should have policies, programs, and grants specifically targeted at women to help them achieve financial independence. Number 21, simplify the information of the application form for loans in the 3 major Nigerian languages, Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo, as well as Pidgin. Also, make sure that the access funds are not just fill the forms. 22, have systemic partnerships and collaborations that will ensure that interventions are purposeful. 23, we need to ensure that measures are put in place to access the products that are available for women. Number 24, look at the gender gaps and begin to bridge them with the speedy passage of the Gender and Equal Opportunities Bill. 25, establishment of policy on women's representation in government and inclusive gender policies. 26, monitoring and implementation of the National Gender Policy and its strategic framework. 27, it is pertinent to close the huge power and energy gap in the country. 28, revisiting the electricity privatization agreement. 29, implementation of the National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Policy. 30, electricity is essential to the development of the nation, and we need to have a regional energy integration. 31, access to clean energy is essential for industrial growth and development. 32, it is important to develop green energy funds for women at the federal and state level. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful experience. We hope that our communique will bring about a new beginning for women in the business and entrepreneurial sector. Thank you, everybody. We thank you for this opportunity. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, ANS. You've done a wonderful job. I don't think I could have written all of those things you've written because you got everything on the spot. The challenges, the solutions, everything. You are awesome. You're wonderful. You've done a very good job. Just like you've always done. Always. You are the best. Thank you. Thank you so much. Going forward, we have a speech from and a review of the summit from the chairperson of the summit, Mrs. Angela Ajala. She'll be giving, and she is the president of AWEB. She will be giving us the review of the summit now. Thank you.
Hello. I'm trying to center myself properly. I think maybe I should have done this practice with you yesterday. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a very impactful 3 days, and a lot of solutions and very creative ways of doing things have come out for the women. We are hoping the various organizations will catalyze this into specific action plans and tangible ways of moving forward for their members. As the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, the communique will be shared with everybody, with all the organizations, so that they at it and we'll come back together again. We have seen some people, for example, asking to be mentored for the energy renewal, something for the Jatrofa one, and we'll take all your considerations into all your questions, all your requests into consideration. But we want to use this opportunity to thank all our speakers, all our panelists, all the organizations under AMBIN, SAIPI that has been our backbone, Mrs. Badamosi that has been urging on. NC has not slept for 1 week. Thank you very much for providing excellent leadership in making this a success. This will definitely go down in history as one of the best and being the first women business summit in Nigeria. And so we thank you. Let us walk the talk. Our slogan is walk together, walk far. Let's walk the talk with this summit. Let's take it forward. As we go on, we're going to have an exhibition for the rest of the year, showcasing all our women's businesses. So summit can be over, but your businesses continue to thrive as we continue with the exhibition in the following months. Thank you, all our MCs. Thank you, all our moderators. Thank you, the technical partner, Concept 1024, Dr. Sheyi. Thank you very much, the SIP technical team. Thank you very much, everybody that has been a part of this and has made this a huge success. Our huge thanks to all of you. God bless you all and happy Independence celebration.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ajala. Thank you for that review. We're going to go on now to the awardees and awards from the association. We have several people on board. We have like 7 awards to be given out. And those awards are people that have touched our lives, people that have made this happen in the past and now, and those people that have done great things that are worthy of mentioning. Everybody's important, but we still have to mention some people. So now we're going to do something very, very important. Give them awards of recognition for what they have done and the path they've taken to make us who we are as women, as a group, and who we are during this summit, to showcase some of the people and what they have done. We have Mrs. Mobola Sego, the CEO of Share Origin, to come over and help us do justice to the award. She's going to read the citations of the awardees. Mrs. Mobola Sego, MD, CEO of Share Origin. Mrs. Mobola Sego.
While we are waiting for her, can I suggest that the ANS, Mrs. Yetunde Oladende, should step in for her?
Okay. Mrs. Yetunde Oladende, can you please come on board and do the citations for the awardees? The first person is Iyalode Alaba Lawson, FMR. Mrs. Yetunde Oladende, over to you.
I'm here.
Mrs. Yetunde Oladende, please can you read the citation for Iyalode Alaba Lawson?
No, because I am not you're using
Mrs. Yetunde is out.
Mrs. Yetunde is out. Is Mobola
Yes, maybe
Sego?
it's our network. Maybe it's our network.
Is Mobala Sego around?
I am around. I am around.
Okay, okay.
It's around.
Okay.
No. This is me, but I want. Yes.
Chief Alaba Lawson is a Nigerian business magnate, entrepreneur, and academician. She currently serves as the first female president of NASIMA and the chairman of the board of governing council, Moshood Abiola. She was born on the 18th of January 1951. She's a chair. Oh, okay. She's shit. This is horrible. This is horrible. Miss ANS, are you ready? She's the Otun Oko Ashiwaju Iyalode of Egba land, Otun Iyalode of Egba Christians, Iyalode of Egba land, and Iyalode of Yoruba land. For some of the titles, one of the greatest women to come out of Yoruba land, Iyalode Alaba Oluwaseun Lawson. She was born to late Pa Emmanuel Abiona Jiboku and the late Mrs. Olabisi Aino Jiboku. She started her primary education at St. James's African Primary School, Ideakpe, Abeokuta, from 1957 to 1962 before proceeding to Abeokuta Girls Grammar School, Onikolobo Abeokuta, also known as Anglican Girls Grammar School, between 1963 to 1967. According to the astute businesswoman, her late father was popularly known as Jiboku Tano Tano, was a technician with Old Electric Company of Nigeria for almost 50 years, while her mother was a trader, initially trading in clothes before moving to sell Ogi Pap in Agoku, Abeokuta. She says her childhood has been great. Her parents were very strict and tolerated no nonsense from any of them. And she usually got into trouble each time she took her mother's clothes and wore them for a photo shoot. She's a very, very enterprising woman. And after leaving school, Yalojo went to teach at a primary school in Ibara, subsequently got married to the late Chief Kehinde Oluwafunmilayo Lawson. Around that same period, she went to England and studied early childhood education at St. Nicholas Montessori Training College at Prince Gate Southwest 7, England. When she came back, she established her own school and called it Lawson Child Care Nursery and Primary School. She started with 3 children, and by the grace of God, it continued growing until it became Lawson Group of Schools, consisting of nursery, primary school, daycare, creche, kindergarten, college, and A-levels college. Along the line, she had the opportunity to establish Lawson Continuing Education Center, where she trained dropouts and people that couldn't pass WAEC at a sitting. Before opening her school, she thought of becoming an actress and was a member of the secondary school drama cultural group, but had a divine call to mold the lives of young ones, and that is what she set out to do, and that the rest about acting was history. She also established a trading distribution firm known as Capricorn Stores between 1968 and 1996, where she had distributing outlets with Nigerian Breweries Limited, Nigerian Bottling Company, Guinness Nigeria, and West African Portland Cement. She became the president of Abeokuta Chamber of Commerce in 1995, and later became the president of Ogun Council of Chambers of Commerce in 2000, and headed it in 2002. In 2009, she established a microfinance bank known as Abestone Microfinance Bank to boost local small and medium-scale entrepreneurs. On May 25, 2017, Alaba Lawson became the first woman to ever be elected president of National Association of Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NACIMA, following the expiration of the tenure of Dr. Benny Eden, a position she says affords her no privileges or exceptions of any sort. She says that no privileges of any sort, she receives no privileges of any sort, and one must walk what you believe in, whether you are a man or a woman. That you must have passion for what you're doing, and sitting on the seat doesn't mean I have any privileges of any sort. I'm able to do what I do now because I have passion for what I am doing, including entrepreneurship. She achieved her goals and aspirations to set herself for herself when assuming the position. She has been able to achieve a lot by grace of God. She's so confident that everything she's done has been by the grace of God and done to her best. However, one thing she achieved and she's proud of is NACIMA Youth Entrepreneurs, which she inaugurated immediately she came on board as president. She renovated and upgraded offices, controlled the flood that used to climb up to disturb the NACIMA building, and united organized private sector together and ensured that they spoke with one voice. Recently, she was invited to speak at United Nations, where they were only given 6 slots. And this was a really huge success, that the good work she's been doing was recognized all over the world. At the moment, she's working with United Nations Industrial Development, UNIDO, on quality infrastructure program to promote quality standards in line with international practices, and this will promote success for export activities, help the value chain development, especially in the agri sector, to ensure competitiveness of goods and services made in Nigeria. She combines running her school at Abeokuta and being the president of NACIMA. She declared that while she was the president, God gave her the strength and wisdom to for the school to practically run by herself even when she was not there. She has improved commerce and industry for SMEs and major manufacturers. She has put into clusters and made sure that they become recognizable groups. At the moment, she's part of Association for Nigerian. She's part of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. She was responsible. She was responsible for, says the company is ready for, she says the company is ready for a female president and women are better managers in positions of authority. She would like everybody to know for free, if a female president is elected, she would run this country more efficiently. Iyalode, as she's popularly known and called, has been a support system for a lot of associations. She's done a lot of good things. She's done things where she's performed more than men in her position have performed. She's already put down a lot of structure that cannot be changed, but can only be built upon. She also believes that where a woman is, much more can be achieved than where men are. And she's the first Iyalode of Yoruba land, the fourth Iyalode of Egba land, and there's no controversy because Toba kan ki oba kan ku oba, Toba kan ki oba kan ku oba mi lo le je. That's what she says normally. I don't know whether I have said that properly, but she's I don't know whether I said that properly. Toba kan ki oba ku oba mi lo le je. Have I said it well, ma? I have tried.
You tried.
I tried. So for our own Iyalode, she's been an awesome person. She's larger than life. We pray that many more of us will follow in her step. We'll be able to fit it into the large shoes that she's wearing. And today, ANBW is giving her an award for all the things she has done, because I know she's not tired and she's going to do much more than we're seeing as of today. Today, everybody, I hope you can see her. This is Iyalode. Everybody calls her Iyalode. She's Iyalode. And apart from being Iyalode, she's also now the new president of FEBUI, the first one to happen for West Africa. She is MFR, FIOD, an educator, a businesswoman. She's the current president of FEBUI. And today, she's also the national president of Nigerian Association, chairman of advisory board for US and Trade Council. There's no one that has done so much for us in Yoruba land as Iyalode. Kindly help us celebrate our Iyalode Alaba Lawson, from wanting to be an actress to presiding over NASEMA. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MC, for quickly stepping in there. Iyalode Alaba Lawson, MFR, my own mentor, the indefatigable, strong iron lady, the first among all equals, the inestimable jewel. Oh my God, I can go on and on and on. On behalf of the national executives, let me start with the board of trustees, which you are a member, and the national executives, the zonal coordinators, presidents of all organizations, the 52 organizations of ANWBN, and all the members all over Nigeria. We give you this award of merit, which you deserve. Congratulations, Iyalode. We all love you. Shall we hear a word from you, please?
Thank you so much, our dear National Coordinator, Chief Mrs. Anita Nana Okuribido, your Deputy Mrs. Modupe Oyekule, and the entire team of ANWBN. What can I say than to thank Jehovah God for what you have done to me? It's a great honor. And I have bequeathed it to the all women of Nigeria, especially on this special day of our independence that we turn 60. So I pray that ANWBN will continue to grow from strength to strength, and more women will come to join us. And we want to thank SAIP as well from Washington, D.C., that has given us that pillar of strength, Mrs. Omowumi Gbadamosi. I want to thank Maurice, I've seen her, and I want to thank everybody, all members of different organizations of women that come together to be ANWBN. We are going to work together, and we are going to work far to salvage Nigeria. God bless you all. Thank you so much. I am grateful.
Thank you very much, Iyalode. You've been a wonderful mother to us. You've been a pillar for us, a pillar of support. And it's good to always know that you're always there for us. Thank you very much, ma'am. The next person that we're going to be giving an award is Susan Morris. Susan, can we have you come up, please? Susan, are you there?
I am here. I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Oh, good. Okay. Susan, grounded by love for nature and community, Denver-based Susan Morris lives to create positive change in our world. As experienced geologist, explorer, entrepreneur, and deal maker, Susan is renowned for her down-to-earth approach to all aspects of business. She has a passion for the protection of the environment and a vision of uncovering the true potential of everyone with whom she meets. We have seen that today. It is EDCO business model, and at the core of her companies that has attracted the leaders of the United Arab Emirates to partner with the country of Belize in an unprecedented global partnership throughout the entire region. Susan Morris, founder and chairperson of Belize Natural Energy, International Natural Energy, and original investor, partner in XJet, and the #1 private aviation company in the world. Susan was born and raised in Belfast, Ireland, with MOD degree in geology from Trinity College, Dublin. She began her career as a frontier wildcard geologist, working all over the world, UK, Spain, Algeria, Asia, US, and Central America. Her work with Englishman Sir Ian Rankin took her to Belize, where she fell in love with the people and the country. After 15 years of exploration, finding no oil, Susan and her business partner, Mike Osher, attended a EDCO seminar, a specialized seminar on human potential and the power of the mind. Through utilizing what they learned on the 24th of June 2005, Susan and Mike and their BNE team did the unheard of and struck oil on their first well. BNE has become a global oil industry beacon that has made a difference in the country of Belize. It is through Susan's gift of exploration and an understanding of the power of untapped human potential that she has been able to find oil where it was believed by all of the majors in the oil industry that there was none. In fact, they had spent $450 million looking to no avail. In 2015, BNE celebrated 10 years of production and over 10 million barrels of oil, contributing significantly to the economy, and for over 7 years has been the #1 revenue generator for the Belize government. Susan has applied the same holistic EDCO business model to her investment in XJet, the #1 private aviation company in the world, with a 7-star service. XJet was also granted the coveted license in the new Dubai airport, beating all the long-established industry players. XJet has rapidly expanded into Europe, including London, and the Middle East, including UAE. Susan has been awarded the AAPG Presidential Award for Exemplary Service in recognition of her exceptional service to the geoscience profession, and AAPG, American Association of Petroleum Geologists. She's continuously recognized for her contributions, including Denver Business Journal's Top Women in Energy, and the CoBiz magazine Top Women Owned Businesses. These are just a few of the numerous acknowledgements and awards that Susan Morris has received in recognition of her contributions worldwide. In 2017, beating 50 other countries, including UK, US, Canada, and UAE, Susan and the BNE team were awarded the highly competitive, prestigious Global Get Energy Educational Award for educational model that is at the core of the company and for making the most lasting sustainable difference in a country. It is with great pride that Susan and BNE team received this award, and as EDCO holistic educational system is the key to the company's success. In fact, EDCO sustainable business model is sought after around the world by many leaders, including those of Mexico, Guatemala, the UAE, and the USA. In 2015, a major trade treaty was signed at United Nations between Belize and UAE. The unification is not just economic, but represents a true understanding between the two nations. The UAE are interested in BNE and Belize because of the EDCO model, which is all about empowering the individual and channeling the energy within. In addition to 55% of BNE's revenue stream going straight to Belize government, in just over 9 years, BNE Trust has invested 9.3 million of Belize dollars in education throughout Belize. This includes 1,072 student loans, 380 direct job creations, in addition to over 150 in BNE. With its expertise in sustainability, BNE was chosen to feature in commemorative book entitled From Westminster to the World to mark the 70th anniversary of Commonwealth, which was launched at Westminster Abbey, London in June 2019. Susan has a passion for sharing the steps she took for the transformational vision of Belize to become a reality. She feels everyone can take these steps, bring out their visionary capacity to change the world, and welcomes people with an interest in finding out more to contact her directly. We have Susan Morris. We welcome you and we thank you for coming. Today, you're going to be awarded an award for excellence and for all your accomplishments from ANWBN.
Thank you, MC. Wow, so wonderful to have you, Susan Morris, all the way from Denver, Colorado. You have been treading in the male-dominated field and you have excelled. Particularly, you have encouraged women to look inwards and bring out the magic energetic resource in them and in us. Let me become a woman too. So we love you. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of ANWBN and on behalf of the executives, the national executives, the ESCOs of the zonal, and the presidents of all the 52 business primary organizations, and all women all over Nigeria, professionals, entrepreneurs, we award you with the merits. We give you the Merit Award, and we say thank you for what you have been doing, that you will continue to do on behalf of women. We love you very much.
Today, the jewel of your country, to be mentioned in the same sphere as her, I am truly honored. And I just know that this is the start of something great. I feel that in my bones, and I want to work with you all, peer to peer, and just remember, if a Belfast, and we were in the middle of a war. I grew up in the middle of a war. But if I can do it and connect and align with that God part in all of us, everybody on this planet can do it too. And that's the shining beacon. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and bye.
Bye-bye.
The next award goes to Engineer Mrs. Joanna Olutumbi Maduka. Is she with us today? Engineer Mrs. Joanna Olutumbi Maduka was born on 6th of May 1941 in Ilesha, Osun State. She attended Queen's School, Ede for her secondary education from 1955 to 1959, and the Nigerian College of Arts and Science Technology for advanced level studies, GCE, from 1959 to 1962. She graduated in applied physics with BSc honors, second class upper division in 1965 from the University of Ile-Ife, now Obafemi University. Subsequently, she passed graduate examination for Institution of Electrical Engineers in 1966 and earned an MSc Engineering degree from Trinity College, Dublin in 1969.
Hello, ma. Good afternoon, ma. Happy Independence Day.
She was appointed as a graduate apprentice in Engineering Division of Western at University of Ife. She joined a firm of consulting engineers, Lecom Associates, in 1970 and became the principal partner in 1975. Lecom Associates provide pre-tender and tender stage technical consultancy services, including feasibility surveys and reports, designs, preparation of tender documents and certification, inviting tenders on behalf of clients, tender adjudication and preparation of tender reports, negotiations and final selection of successful bidders. Mrs. Maduike founded the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, APWEN, in 1982 to promote sorority among women engineers. She encouraged girls into the study of mathematics and science at secondary school level, so as to study engineering at tertiary level. APWEN has different activities to encourage young girls in the study of science, engineering, well perceived as a male profession. She founded Friends of the Environment, FOTE, in 1993, with objectives in the areas of renewable energy and empowerment of women. Fourth is the Nigerian focal point of Engineer, an international network of women in sustainable energy based in Netherlands. FOTE has carried out different activities and research relating to mainstreaming gender in energy issues. Engineer Mrs. Maduka became the first female Korean registered engineer in 1974, the first female Nigerian fellow of Institute of Electrical Engineers, FIEE, in UK in 1984, first female fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, FNSE, in 1985, honorary fellow, Yaba Tech of Technology, 1998, fellow, the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, 2002. She was the chairperson of Technical Committee Better Life Program for Rural Women, an initiative of the First Lady, Mrs. Miriam Babangida, for urban and rural women empowerment, 1987 to 1992. Engineer Maduka has over the years served on several national and international boards, governing councils of tertiary institutions and committees, including but not limited to Federal Polytechnic IDA, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, Chair NNPC, NNLG Implementation Committee, Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, United Nations Advisory Committee on Science and Technology for Development, International Network for Women in Science, Engineering and Technology, INWES, Nigerian National Merit Award Governing Council, Nigerian Extractive Industries Initiative, NEITI, and currently a committee member of Royal Academy of Engineers, UK, and Chair Board of Trustees, Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, WEOG. She is in immediate past president of Nigerian Academy of Engineering and immediate past chairman of Osun State Polytechnic. She is the life vice president of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI. In 2008, she was conferred with the National Honor Member of the Republic of Nigeria, MFR. Today we honor Mrs. Joanna Olufunbi Maduka.
Thank you so much. She's already, please let them, Thank you so much, MC. You are welcome, Ma.
Thank you.
Engineer, thank you.
Yeah.
You didn't hear part of your citation, but you know it all because you acted to your citation since your birth. So you're welcome, Ma. Engineer Mrs. Olu Joanna Maduka is the first, I always say the first West African female engineer. Not only Nigerian female engineer. We are so proud of you, Ma.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
The male-dominated fields, when even the men themselves have not been able to grasp engineering so well. We are so proud of you, Ma.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Board of Trustees of ANWBN, on behalf of the national executives, the zonal coordinators, the presidents of the 52 primary organizations of ANWBN, and all our women entrepreneurs all over Nigeria, we say thank you for the good work you have been doing, that you will continue to do as well. We honor you with the Merit Award. Thank you so much, Ma. We want to hear a few words from you.
Thanks very much, President, and congratulations on the 60th anniversary of our independence. We still have a long way to go, but we pray that our country will move from strength to strength and all our wishes may come true. I've been following the conference since Monday, but I had to break off as I told our president at noon to join an anniversary Catholic Mass at 12 o'clock, which was conducted by the Archbishop of Lagos Diocese. So I'm very happy to be back. I followed most of our papers presented. I was very impressed by the array of men and women that are featured at this summit. And I must congratulate President and her executive for this first attempt. It was very successful. I would like to say generally that women should please tap into renewable energy. For instance, biogas. In India, almost every home has a biogas plant. You know, Indians don't kill cows. They don't eat cows, but they rear them. And you still see them rearing these cows and producing biogas from them, which they use at the domestic level. So at this low level, women can even start attempting this. And generally, I would like to tap into all the ideals of this new network. And please, I wish all of you the very best. Now, not many of us are likely to be around in the next 60 years. But I wish everybody a very happy
anniversary of our dear country, and pray that what many of us are praying for, improvement in our security, employment, especially of our youths, reduction in all the adverse things which we are seeing, which were not there 60 years ago. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless this new network. May God bless the president and the executive, all the members of the network, and all the attendees at this summit. Thanks very much for the honor. I was shocked to get the mail sometime last week, but I'm really grateful. I feel very happy and I feel honored today. And I promise to put in my best in any way possible. Thanks very much to everybody. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. We're honored with your presence. We thank you so much for coming on. Thank you, Ma. The next awardee is Mrs. Toki Mabogunje. Toki was born into a family of 4 children with both parents being working professionals. She's the eldest of 4 children. Her father is a medical doctor, while her mother is a teacher. Toki's father was a pathologist for Lagos State. She started elementary education at American International School. She moved to Holy Child College to continue her junior high school, a plan by her parents to instill African culture into her. She studied law at Obafemi Awolowo University, formerly called University of Ife, obtained a master in international business law from University of Exeter, England. Mrs. Mabogunje started her career with Federal Ministry of Justice, where she spent 9 years of her professional career. Later, she proceeded to Mercantile and Industrial as Senior State Counsel. She left legal industry for broadcasting and started a stint with Minaj Media Group as the group head, legal and corporate affairs, from where she had moved to New York to head the North American Directorate of the organization. She later became the president of international subsidiary of the firm. She returned to Nigeria in 2000 to establish Toki Mabogunje & Co. She was appointed to the Governing Council of World Chamber of Federation, WCF. During the 131 Annual General Meeting of LCCI, Toki was appointed as the 3rd female president of the organization. Before her election as president of LCCI, she served as a chairperson, Board of Business Education Services Training Unit of the same organization. In 2014, she was nominated as the Personality of the Year for the World Theatre Day and Cultural Ambassador by NANTAP. Mrs. Toki Mabogunje, she is a Nigerian lawyer, a broadcaster, poet, and business consultant. Thank you for coming. Today you are awarded for your excellence, and we hope that you'll do much more than you've done. We have felt you several ways at LCCI, in NASME, and now in AWBN. You are wonderful. NC, your turn.
Thank you, thank you. Wow. It's Toki Mabogunje. It's such a wonderful lady that I've always told her I'd love to do so many things with her. And I'm so glad that ANWBN today is honoring with the Merit Award. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees, the National Executives, the Zonal Coordinators, the Presidents of the 52 primary organizations, and all members, women entrepreneurs and professionals of Nigeria in the 774 local government, we honor you today as our merit awardee. But let me quickly add something that Mrs. Tokima Bogide actually saw the beginning of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network because she was the first consultant engaged by SAI to do the research of women in business in Nigeria. And she, thought it so befitting for SAI to establish, the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. And from the beginning, from the cradle, we grew, and here we are. And when we were thinking of the awardees, and the Yalo Dialabalosin now reminded us that, wow, Mrs. Tokima Bogide has to be awarded because she started it all with SAIPI. So I'm so glad we are giving you this award. Thank you, Ma. Can we hear what from you?
Coordinator, darling Chief Mrs. Nana Ukurbido. I really don't know where to start. I am so honored. I am so honored by this recognition. I want to start by thanking SAIP. And in SAIP, in addition to those who work out of Washington, D.C., Mrs. Badamosi, because it was Mrs. Badamosi who allowed me to work with her to midwife ANWBN. And wow. it is such a pleasure and a treasure to see what you have planted grow from a seedling into an Iroko tree. Sometimes it's not often that we have the opportunity to see this. So I really thank SAIP and Mrs. Badamosi, the country manager, country director of SAIP. And now to ANWBN. Where do I start from? I'll start with you, Chief Mrs. Okurubido. But there are so many of you who are close to me, particularly the initial 15 associations, those that were there from the start. And I will not go through the list, but you all know yourselves. I want to thank all of you. A national coordinator speech just now, she mentioned Iyalode, our dear Iyalode Alaba-Lawson. I thank her too for reminding you of that history, the small and simple beginnings before this day. I think I'm even more honored by the fact today. And I want to congratulate everyone, particularly the ones behind the scenes that people never see, but they're the ones who really make it happen. So national coordinator, organizing committees, those in the state executives, admin secretariat, everybody. The IT team that I saw was, located in Kenya, I think it was, giving some technical support to this. I thank everyone for making this happen and making it successful. And I thank you all for this award. I'm going to cherish it forever. The theme of the summit is so apt, because I look at the topics, I look at the parts that I played in this summit, and it makes you look to the future. It makes you look to the future, and the future is really bright for women. The recommendations and the summary, which was read out by Yetunde, we need to take that to heart and to march with it and go forward. Go forward and release the potential that we have onto this world so that we can have the kind of world that we want. So thank you very much. Let me not make a very long speech. Thank you. It just shows you that I'm overwhelmed with joy. So thank you so much, everybody, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. MC.
Yes, please.
I know on the official list of awardees, we are done, but please permit me to have this surprise package for Mrs. Yetunde Oladende, the Acting National Secretary of ANWBN. If they
Well
can
deserving.
around, please let us have her on the screen.
Nancy, God bless you for this.
Well deserving.
Well deserving. Where is she? Is she around?
Ah, Yetunde.
Yetunde, please come
A
on.
gem.
I'm here,
Ah.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
This is a surprise. I said we should not put it on the list because I want it to be a surprise and in the whole wide world. Even
thank you so much.
I'm
grateful. Thank you, ma'am.
AWBN have done without you. But let me start from the fact that when I became the Southwest coordinator of ANWBN, then I didn't even know I would become the Deputy National Coordinator, not to talk of becoming the NC herself. But as the Southwest Coordinator, Yetunde Oladende became my own secretary. And honestly, everywhere we went to in the Southwest, and the project site gave to us to the 6 states in the Southwest, Yetunde will be there first before me. Whenever you call for a meeting, she would be there. So she's very punctual, regardless of anything, whether it's raining, whether there's traffic, whether, Yetunde will just be there waiting for you patiently. Then I became the DNC. Again, the responsibility of so many projects in the Southwest was given to me. We continued. So all the success story that we were writing, all the write-up came from Yetunde, because I would confess I'm not really savvy about Internet of Things, but she is, and she will just put everything together for me. And when I'm reading it, everybody is clapping for me, but I'm saying they're clapping for Yetunde. So today, everybody is going to clap for you. You have been behind the scenes for me. And as the NC, National Coordinator, for the past 2 years, Yetunde has been there for everybody, for all the committees, the social media, all the publications. When I would be like, we have to raise some funds for you, she would be like, no, that is my own contribution to ANWB, and she was doing all for free. She was generous with her time, with her talent, and she was very generous with everything to support the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. So today, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, on behalf of the national executives, which you are part of, on behalf of the zonal coordinators, on behalf of all the presidents that you are always sending messages to, coordinating all the activities of 52 organizations, initially 18 organizations when we started, but since July 2019, we started coordinating all the organizations, spanning up to 52. May God bless you. May God bless
Amen.
Bless you. So we give you this merit reward. And so,
Thank you, Mrs. Yetunde Oladende. You've done so well.
Yes.
I couldn't have done better. I don't know. I met you too, and I found out that if I needed any information, you are the to-go person.
Exactly.
I am so pleased to know you. And I pray that you'll continue to have enough strength to continue the way you've started. You've done so well. It's so good that one can be appreciated in one's lifetime, not when you're dead.
Yeah.
There's nothing as good as that. It's good to be able to say thank you. And you're well appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Not just here, and I'm sure you appreciate it at home too. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for, you've used everything you've got. Everything inside you is what you've poured in. And I believe that you're going to gain much more.
Amen.
Because whatever we reap, we shall surely, whatever we sow, surely we shall reap it in time to come. So you've done so well. I believe that there's more to come for you, and you are going to grow, and get to higher heights in Jesus' name.
Hello, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Say something.
Can you say something, madam?
Yeah, I want to say thank you, NC, for recognition. I'm grateful. But I also want to thank the pioneer national coordinator, Mrs. Tito Lola Adisa. She brought me to ANWBN. She's my mentor. I say a big thank you to her because without her, I wouldn't be here. Thank you, ma.
Thank you for that. That's wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Note, on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the national executives, the zonal coordinators, the 52 presidents of the coalition, and all the members, we established our advisory council today, starting with those that we have given awards to. Yalo Dialaba Lawson, Mrs. Susan Morris, Engineer Olumaduka. There's a fourth person, Mrs. Tokima Bogunje, and of course, I'm pleading with Oladide to be the Secretary of the Advisory Council. Thank you so much. So you can continue, MC.
Oh, okay. The next on the agenda is the posthumous awards. And the first one goes to Chief Mrs. Bisi Ogunleye, Countrywoman Association of Nigeria, COWAN, was founded by Chief Mrs. Bisi Ogunleye. Born in the early 40s to the family of Chief Aro Olukolade of Idoani in Ondo State, southwest Nigeria. She had her primary and secondary education in Nigeria before leaving the shores of Nigeria for a university degree in economics at Pittsburgh University in the 70s. Her acquaintance with the struggle of rural women for survival in economic and social development informed her resolve to do for her best in fighting for the cause of the African women. She demonstrated this by devoting her energies and intellect during the pursuit of her postgraduate degree to finding ways of developing rural women to the stage of empowerment for self-sufficiency. In order to accomplish her vision of banishing poverty from the homes of women, she found an organization called Country Women's Association of Nigeria, COWAN. The initial focus of the organization was on Ondo State, but by 1990, the organization became national. Chief Mrs. Bisi Ogunleye was in the forefront of women's social, economic, and political empowerment since 1975. Since the 1975 Women International Conference in Mexico City, she was the founder and the president of the network of African Rural Women Association, NARWA, Vice President Forum of African Voluntary Development Organization, FAVDO, a member of the Earth Council. She was also at one time a board member of Partnership Africa Canada, PAC. In recognition of her indomitable courage and life achievements in the emancipation of women for equal rights and opportunities, and for being a role model to women and girls around the world, Chief Mrs. Bisi Ogunleye has received many awards locally and internationally. In 1992, she was listed by Earth Times as one of the 100 that made a difference in the world. The Global Hunger Project also awarded her the prize of African Leadership for End of Hunger and Sustainable Development. Another honor bestowed on the founder in 1998 was by the New York Heroine Project as one of the 100 heroines of the world. In December 2001, she bagged a national honor Officer of the Federal Republic, OFR, by the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chief Mrs. Bisi Ogunleye was an acclaimed campaigner for poverty eradication. More importantly, she takes credit for developing the African traditional credit method to the now popular African traditional responsive banking, ATRB scheme. She was married to the late Mr. Peter Adeleke Ogunleye, and she passed on peacefully on the 2nd of August 2014. That is Chief Mrs. Bisi Ogunleye. Do you have someone to say something? NC?
Yes, please, Princess. I think Ogunleye is
She's here.
She's here.
I can see her on the...
You can see her, so let them bring her forward. Thank you so much, MC.
Chief Mrs. Ogunleye.
Yes, ma.
Can you? Thank you. They have brought her. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are welcome, ma.
Thank you, ma.
She to herself, she really deserves an award because she has been the treasurer, national treasurer of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, and she did a wonderful job. And her mom, Chief Bisi Ogunleye, is a woman of substance, a woman of repute. She was the one that got Central Bank to sign, I think, 2 billion for women. You know, and the very week that she signed the 2 billion naira for women empowerment, I think the following week she passed. That was very, very painful to us. But today, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, on behalf of the national executives, on behalf of our zonal coordinators, and all the presidents of the 52 organizations and women entrepreneurs all over Nigeria and professionals as well, we give this merit award to your wonderful mom. It's been so
Thank you, ma.
Thank you. We want to hear a word from you.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ANWBN. Thank you, Saib. What can I say? Than to say a big thank to Mrs. Bedamachi Saib, who gave me the liver, the strength to carry on with the good work. When I look back, I see Saib. When I look front, I see Saib. Today, I can boldly say I'm glad to Mrs. Bedamachi and her team for giving me the strength to continue the good job of my mom, the mother of nation. Our NC just said something about the 2 billion naira. I thank God I'm able to get the 2 billion naira for Nigerian women after our demise last year.
Wow.
From Wema Bank. Wema Bank paid the cantonment fund and they get the money for us. We are still on the disbursement right now. We also thank ANWBN for remembering an icon, a woman of nation, a great woman who worked selflessly to make sure that she put a food on the table of the poorest of the poor of Nigeria. The whole nation can never forget Bisi Ogunleye, OFR, Mama Kowan. I'm glad that ANWBN remembering her, giving her this honor, giving her this award. My NC, I'm grateful to you. I thank you so much on all the program of ANWN.
You always carry me along. If I'm not there, you will start calling me. You have to be part of this. Bring Kowan women. Let them benefit from this program. Mommy, I thank you so much. I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. And I thank all the presidents of ANWBN. I thank all the executive. I thank our Mama Yalodi Alaba Lonston. She didn't say I'm a child. She always thought to carry me along. And when she see me in occasion, she give me the honor like she see my mom. Mama, God will bless you. You will live long for us. And today, I will dedicate this award to all the rural women in Nigeria and the whole world, where Chief Mrs. Bisi Ogunleye have worked. And I will give glory to Almighty God for receiving this award on behalf of entire Kowan nationwide. God bless ANWBN. God bless our IC and our team. God will bless Type. And God bless Nigeria for this our 60 years Independence Day. Ma, I'm grateful to you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I cross my heart.
Thank you. You deserve it. You deserve it. We are very happy. So MC, next.
Thank you. The next one, posthumous one, is for Oluwatosin Sarah Godswill Abasiong Bong. I hope I pronounced it properly. Oluwatosin Sarah Godswill was in matrimony with Godswill Abasiong Bong. To this union was blessed with 2 children. She was a certified psychologist with extensive expertise in business development. She has successfully coached and helped individuals and groups to achieve specific unified goals via optimal performance, with impeccable track record, with well-honed communication skills. She built relationships with stakeholders, discovered and retained new markets, innovation, and motivating entrepreneurs, employees to solve problems objectively and effectively. She's a motivational empowerment coach whose aim is to deliver key skills, strategies, and techniques, especially for women, either individually or groups, which will infuse into all areas of life, included but not limited to professional practices, business, private life, and bringing change. Oluwatosin Godswill, popularly known as Babes T, is an author, entrepreneur, a clarity, empowerment, and business coach whose passion is to help individuals or groups discover purpose and find clarity to globally impact and profit. She's driven by change and growth as she helps you discover your big and how. She's an expert with over 10 years of management and leadership experience, working in the manufacturing, tourism, and customer relationship industries. She worked in various sectors of the industries, including serving as lead consultant in corporate social responsibilities, renewable energy, and entrepreneurship. She's the founder and CEO of May Grow Nature, a hair and body care products company that grows your hair as quickly as 10 days, and a managing partner of Clarite, a coaching and consulting firm in Lagos. She is an alumni of the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs and the first ever grant winner in 26 African countries, powered by the US Consulate, and alumni of Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women's Academy. She received an award for leadership and development for her contribution to women and to girl-child empowerment in Kaduna State. She is the lead faculty of Association of Nigerian Women's Business Network, which has over 3 million women under its umbrella, spread in 42 women-led associations, a financial literacy expert, a Charlie Breyer Foundation mentor, WIMBIZ mentor, TEF mentor, a recipient of several entrepreneurship recognition and grants, including the Queen's Commonwealth Essay Competition Prize as a teenager with 4 ebooks to her credit. Until her death, she has trained over 500 United Nations volunteers. Oluwatosin Sarah Godswill was a virtuous woman of God, a friend, a sister, a wife, and above all, a lover of God.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. The husband is here and the children are also here. I don't know if they can bring them up. Are they everywhere to be found? Oh well, we have to go on. It's on a sad note that we lost Babes T, our own darling Babes T. She's in charge of the faculty, for clarity coaching in the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. And it's so sad we lost her. And so, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, National Executives, the zonal coordinators, presidents of the 52 primary organizations, all women entrepreneurs and professionals of Nigeria, we present this merit award to late Mrs. Oluwatosin Abasiungbon. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Amen.
Have the last one, Mrs.
The last posthumous awardee we have is Mrs. Bisi Olateru Olagbegi. She was born in 1953 and she trained to be a lawyer. While she was at law school, she met and married one of her lecturers, Folagbade Olateru Olagbegi III. Her husband was in time to become the traditional ruler of Owo, and there are 4 children: Kiton, Bamaraju, Olasimbo, Oluwafusi were to become princess and princess. She was fluent in Yoruba and English. She was called to the bar in Nigeria in 1976. She was a chartered arbitrator and a registered notary. She published over 50 different publications, but she was known particularly for her expertise on gender issues, including FGM and gender and violence. She had an expertise with regard to human trafficking, forced labor, and other human rights issues. She was known for directing Women Consortium, WOCON, which she co-founded in 1995. She was a member of boards of several NGOs. WOCN campaigned for women's rights, and the United Nations gave the organization consultative status. Mrs. Bisi Olateru Olagbegi. She's here. Wow.
The daughter. This is the daughter.
Oh, this is the daughter. I was scared when I saw her. God.
Yes.
You look so much like her.
She looks so much like her, really.
Yeah, she does. So today, we're very happy to award your mom a posthumous award. And I know that you have something to say to her. We thank you very much for coming up. I was scared. I thought I saw her.
So thank you that you have come out to receive this award on behalf of your darling mom. It was a darling to all of us, particularly in the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. I remember she represented the women on the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network at the, I think there was the Confederation Forum they had in Abuja, and she was so happy to have gone to represent all women entrepreneurs and professionals. She was an erudite scholar, a very wonderful lawyer, and she really fought for justice. You know, I was so happy and lucky to have, and privileged to have met her, and to God be the glory. And now I'm also working with you, Simba, in the renewable energy space.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm very excited. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees, the National Executives, the zonal coordinators, and all the 52 presidents of the primary organizations of the coalition of ANWBN, we present this merit award to our own darling, beautiful Mrs. Bisi Olateru Olagbegi. Thank you. So all those who have received awards today, no, sorry, we would listen to you in a bit. We will send the plaques and your certificate to you. It's because we are having this virtual presentation, that's why we have not done so, but everything is ready, the certificates are ready, the plaques are ready, and we will send to you. So let's listen to you, Simba.
Thank you so much, Ma. It's an honor and a privilege to receive this award on behalf of my mom, Chief Mrs. Bisi Olateru Olagbegi, the Executive Director for Women's Consortium of Nigeria, WOCON. As she read in the profile, WOCON started just right after Beijing in 1995 for the promotion of women and children's rights. Until date, that's what we've been doing at WOCON. I know on the call we'll have other members. The current director is also on, and other members of WOCON are on as well. We've continued the light, and we're still focused on women and children's rights issues. As you all know, she pioneered the fight against trafficking of persons, and has spread her tentacles, or she did spread her tentacles in most social and developmental issues that affect women and children. And WOCON continues to do that today. So would like, on behalf of the entire family of WOCON, my 4 siblings and I, and the entire Women's Consortium of Nigeria family, would like to say a huge big thank you to ANWBN for a successful 3 days, and also thank you for this award. We're extremely grateful that we'll continue to honor her even after her death. It's going to be 5 years this year, and we'll continue to miss her, but continue also in her footsteps to ensure that we make that impact that she fought so much. As you said, she represented Nigerian women at the national conference, fighting for our rights, and that's what we are left here to do, to make sure that we all continue to live that life of impact. So thank you, everyone. Congratulations to all the other awardees, Mama Kowan, all the other awardees today. I know she fought beside us to ensure that women's and children's rights continue to be at the forefront of everybody's mouth, and ensure that our rights are respected. So thank you, Ma. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the entire ESCOs of ANWBN. We're grateful.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate you too. In fact, all of us on this platform, as we are actually in this first Nigerian Women Business Summit, we are to be celebrated. All of us are awardees today, because today is our 60th birthday in Nigeria. We are celebrating our Diamond Jubilee Independence. So I give all of us that special diamond. That is our award. So congratulations. Thank you all for coming. Over to you, MC.
Thank you very much, Mrs. I don't know your name, but thank you for coming up. Thank you, everybody. I think time is running out and we've gotten to the end of the program. Would like Mrs. Tope Andy to come and give us a vote of thanks to all our attendees and all the people that have worked on the summit to make sure it worked well, our partners side, and all, even people that we haven't seen that have worked in the background. Can Mrs. Tope Andy come up to come and give the vote of thanks, please?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Otumba. It's been 3 days of power, 3 days of learning, 3 days of great impact. And we thank the Almighty God, the Alpha and Omega, for the successful completion of the first Nigerian Virtual Women Business Summit, which ends successfully today. We want to give a special thanks to all ANWBN partners who connected from thousands and thousands of miles away. SIPE Washington, DC, we thank Mrs. Barbara Langley and our country director, Mrs. Omawumi Gbadamosi. We also extend our greetings to all our partners who connected from Bangladesh and Afghanistan. We say a very big thank you to you all. I want to express our profound thanks to our special guests, our keynote speakers, the panelists, the MCs, the technical partners, and our government officials who took time out of their tight schedule to be part of this summit. We are indeed grateful to you all. To all the great women entrepreneurs who actually participate in this program, who have been impacted and inspired, we are thankful to you as well. And to all the great women, distinguished women who have taken their time to come and impact us, and the E4She men who always support women entrepreneurs. We thank you for your inspiration. We thank you for being with us in the last 3 days. We declare more grace to you, and we pray that all your aspirations and desire for women entrepreneurs in Nigeria shall come to reality in your time and your days in the name of Jesus.
Amen, amen.
We also want to say a very big thank you to our national coordinator of ANWBN in the person of Shivnana Anita Okuribido, a woman of power indeed. She's called Mama Sola. We all call her Mama Sola because she's always fully charged and she's always ready to discharge. She's discharged so much to all of us, and she's transformed the association from 15 women coalition to over 52. And by the grace of God, in the next decade, we shall transform so much and impact this great nation, Nigeria, in Jesus' name.
Amen.
I want to thank our Deputy National Coordinator, Mrs. Oyekunle, Modupe Oyekunle, a woman of excellence, a woman of passion, a woman of astute business. We thank you for your commitment, and we thank you for the great support you've given to the National Coordinator. We thank you and we appreciate you. We want to say a very big thank you to the first Inaugural Advisory Board Committee in the person of Mrs. Toki Mabogunje, Engineer Joanna Olufunke Maduka, Mrs. Suzanne Morris, and our very own Iyalode Alabalosin, the Iyalode of Lagos, the Iyalode of Nigeria. I title her Iyalode of Nigeria now because she has impacted all of us. We thank you so much because we know that you are a woman who knows how to put the right peg in the right hole. You have impacted and you have given birth to so many women who have transformed this landscape called Nigeria and even beyond Nigeria, Africa. Thank you so much, ma'am. We're glad to have all of you with us from the beginning to the end of this summit. We are grateful to you. And we wish to also give our profound appreciation to all the partnerships that were offered in the course of the summit. The Secretariat shall follow up with all the various offers and we shall implement accordingly for the benefit of our women and our nation at large. We thank you so much. Finally, I would like to say that ANWBN is a coalition of Nigerian women business of all sectors of the economy, ranging from medical, from services, agriculture, energy, power, maritime, politics, transport, export, hospitality, education, and so much more. With over 6,000 members in all the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, in all the 774 local governments in Nigeria. We are an association, of women of power, women of impact. And I want to enjoin all women associations in Nigeria who are actually listening to us to come and be part of this association so that we can work together and we can work far. Finally, I want to say that this summit has brought hope. It has brought peace into the mind of women, particularly at a time like this, where our dear nation is celebrating its 60th anniversary. We know that this new decade will be characterized with transformative and impactful work by women who are competent, by women who have capacities. Finally, I want to wish us all a decade of hope and not fear, a decade of confidence and not despair, and a decade of action, a decade where more women will take their place in leadership. I want to say Happy Independence Day to us all. I want to say Happy Independence Day to us all. God bless the God bless ANWBN. God bless all women entrepreneurs in Nigeria. God bless all women associations and organizations in Nigeria. God bless ANWBN, and God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. I want to say that for anybody wishing to connect with ANWBN, you can actually reach us on Facebook, or you can reach us through our web address that we put on the platform. Thank you very much, and we wish ourselves a successful decade ahead of us, a decade of action by the grace of God. Thank you, and have a good Independence Day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mrs. Zande, for closing the meeting for us. Thank you so much. You did a wonderful job.
National anthem, Abi.
Okay, can we have national anthem again? The second verse. Mrs. Zande, can you start it up for us?
Which of the verse? Huh?
The second verse. We are doing the second verse.
That's oh God. Oh. Okay. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Oh God of creation,
It's the second verse. Direct our noble
course, guide our leaders right. Help our youth that truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live just and true.
Where lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
Amen.
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 Oh. Bye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Of Nigerian Women Business Network presents the first ever Nigerian Women Business Virtual Summit with the theme From Fear to Hope, Scaling Women Business Impacts for a Decade of Action. It is a 3-day virtual event holding from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2020. The summit is designed to address the 5 key challenges identified in the Women National Business Agenda, WNBA. Access to finance, gender inequality, insecurity, inadequate power, poor and dilapidated road network. There will also be a virtual exhibition to showcase and celebrate female entrepreneurs who are thriving despite the challenges. To register, visit www.nwbs.biz. ANWBN calls on every woman and man to be part of this virtual summit. ANWBN, work together, walk far.